This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Sea Hawk by Rafael Sabatini. Section 23, which is Chapter 14 from Part 2. The Voyage. His resolve being taken, Asad drew Tsamanni aside and spent some moments in talk with him, giving him certain instructions for the conduct of affairs ashore during his absence. That done, and the wazir dismissed, the Basha himself gave the orders to cast off, an order which there was no reason to delay, since all was now in readiness. The gangway was drawn ashore, the boatswain's whistle sounded, and the steersmen leapt to their niches in the stern, grasping the shafts of the great steering oars. A second blast rang out, and down the gangway deck came Vigitello and two of his mates, all three armed with long whips of bullock hide, shouting to the slaves to make ready. And then, on the note of a third blast of Larocque's whistle, the 54 poised oars dipped to the water, 250 bodies bent as one, and when they heaved themselves upright again, the great galleass shot forward, and so set out upon her adventurous voyage. From her mainmast the red flag with its green crescent was unfurled to the breeze, and from the crowded mole, and the beach where a long line of spectators had gathered, there burst a great cry of valediction. That breeze blowing stiffly from the desert was Lionel's friend that day. Without it his career at the oar might have been short indeed. He was chained, like the rest, stark naked, save for a loincloth, in the place nearest the gangway on the first starboard bench, abaft the narrow waist-deck, and ere the galleass had made the short distance between the mole and the island at the end of it, the boatswain's whip had coiled itself about his white shoulders to urge him to better exertion than he was putting forth. He had screamed under the cruel cut, but none had heeded him. Lest the punishment should be repeated, he had thrown all his weight into the next strokes of the oar, until by the time the Peñon was reached the sweat was running down his body, and his heart was thudding against his ribs. It was not possible that it could have lasted, and his main agony lay in that he realized it, and saw himself face to face with horrors inconceivable that must await the exhaustion of his strength. He was not naturally robust, and he had led a soft and pampered life that was very far from equipping him for such a test as this. But as they reached the Peñon, and felt the full vigor of that warm breeze, Sakr-el-Bahr, who, by Asad's command, remained in charge of the navigation, ordered the unfurling of the enormous lateen sails on main and foremasts. They ballooned out, and, swelling to the wind, the galleass surged forward, at a speed that was more than doubled. The order to cease rowing followed, and the slaves were left to return thanks to heaven for their respite, and to rest in their chains until such time as their sinews should be required again. The vessel's vast prow, which ended in a steel ram and was armed with a culverin on either quarter, was crowded with lounging corsairs, who took their ease there until the time to engage should be upon them. They leaned on the high bulwarks or squatted in groups, talking, laughing, some of them tailoring and repairing garments, others burnishing their weapons or their armour, and one swarthy youth there was who thrummed a gimra and sang a melancholy Sheila love-song to the delight of a score or so of bloodthirsty ruffians squatting about him in a ring of variegated colour. The gorgeous poop was fitted with a spacious cabin, to which admission was gained by two archways, curtained with stout silken tapestries, upon whose deep red ground the crescent was wrought in brilliant green. Above the cabin stood the three cressets or stern lamps, great structures of gilded iron, surmounted each by the orb and crescent. As if to continue the cabin forward and increase its size, a green awning was erected from it to shade almost half the poop deck. Here cushions were thrown, and upon these squatted now Asad ed-Din with Marzak, whilst Biskaine and some 3 or 4 other officers who had escorted him aboard, and whom he had retained beside him for that voyage, were lounging upon the gilded balustrade at the poop's forward end, immediately above the rowers' benches. Sakr-el-Bahr alone, a solitary figure, resplendent in caftan and turban that were of cloth and silver, leaned upon the bulwarks of the larboard quarter of the poop deck, and looked moodily back upon the receding city of Algiers, which by now was no more than an agglomeration of white cubes piled up the hillside in the morning sunshine. Asad watched him silently a while from under his beetling brows, then summoned him. He came at once and stood respectfully before his prince. Asad considered him a moment solemnly, whilst a furtive malicious smile played over the beautiful countenance of his son. "Think not, Sakr-el-Bahr," he said at length, "that I bear thee resentment for what befell last night, or that that happening is the sole cause of my present determination. I had a duty, a long neglected duty to Marzak, which at last I have undertaken to perform." He seemed to excuse himself almost, and Marzak misliked both words and tone. Why, he wondered, must this fierce old man, who had made his name a terror throughout Christendom, be ever so soft and yielding where that stalwart and arrogant infidel was concerned? Sakr-el-Bahr bowed solemnly. "My lord," he said, "it is not for me to question thy resolves or the thoughts that may have led to them. It suffices me to know thy wishes. They are my law." "Art they so?" said Asad tartly. "Thy deeds will scarce bear out thy protestations," he sighed. "Sorely was I wounded yesternight when thy marriage thwarted me and placed that Frankish maid beyond my reach. Yet I respect this marriage of thine, as all Muslims must, for all that in itself it was unlawful. But there," he ended with a shrug, "we sail together once again to crush the Spaniard. Let no ill will on either side o'ercloud the splendour of our task." "Amen to that, my lord," said Sakr-el-Bahr devoutly. "I almost feared—" "No more," the Basha interrupted him. "Thou wert never a man to fear anything, which is why I have loved thee as a son." But it suited Marzak not at all that the matter should be thus dismissed, that it should conclude upon a note of weakening from his father, upon what indeed amounted to a speech of reconciliation. Before Sakr-el-Bahr could make answer, he had cut in to set himself a question laden with wicked intent. "How will thy bride beguile the season of thine absence, O Sakr-el-Bahr?" "I have lived too little with women to be able to give thee an answer," said the corsair. And Marzak winced before a reply that seemed to reflect upon himself. But he returned to the attack. "I compassionate thee that thou art the slave of duty, driven so soon to abandon the delight of her soft arms. Where hast thou bestowed her, O captain?" Where should a Muslim bestow his wife but according to the biddings of the Prophet? In the house. Marzak sneered. "Verily, I marvel at thy fortitude in quitting her so soon." But Asad caught the sneer, and stared at his son. "What cause is there to marvel in that a true Muslim should sacrifice his inclinations to the service of the faith?" His tone was a rebuke, but it left Marzak undismayed. The youth sprawled gracefully upon his cushions, one leg tucked under him. "Place no excessive faith in appearances, O my father," he said. "No more!" growled the Basha. "Peace to thy tongue, Marzak, and may Allah the All-Knowing smile upon our expedition, lending strength to our arms to smite this infidel, to whom the fragrance of the garden is forbidden." To this again Sakr-el-Bahr replied "Amin," but an uneasiness abode in his heart, summoned thither by the questions Marzak had set him. Were they idle words calculated to do no more than plague him and to keep fresh in Asad's mind the memory of Rosamund, or were they based upon some actual knowledge? His fears were to be quickened soon on that same score. He was leaning, that afternoon, upon the rail, idly observing the doling out of rations to the slaves, when Marzak came to join him. For some moments he stood silently beside Sakr-el-Bahr, watching Vigitello and his men as they passed from bench to bench, serving out biscuits and dried dates to the rowers, but sparingly, for oars move sluggishly when stomachs are too well nourished, and giving each to drink a cup of vinegar and water in which floated a few drops of added oil. Then he pointed to a large palmetto bale that stood on the waist deck near the mainmast, about which the powder barrels were stacked. "That pannier," he said, "seems to me oddly in the way yonder. Were it not better to bestow it in the hold, where it will cease to be an encumbrance in case of action?" Sakr-el-Bahr experienced a slight tightening in the heart. He knew that Marzak had heard him command that bale to be borne into the poop cabin, and that anon he had ordered it to be fetched thence when Asad had announced his intention of sailing with him. He realized that this in itself might be a suspicious circumstance, or rather, knowing what the bale contained, he was too ready to fear suspicion. Nevertheless, he turned to Marzak with a smile of some disdain. "I understood, Marzak, that thou art sailing with us as apprentice." "What then?" quoth Marzak. "Why, merely that it might become thee better to be content to observe and learn. Thou'lt soon be telling me how grapnels should be slung, and how an action should be fought." Then he pointed ahead to what seemed to be no more than a low cloud bank, towards which they were rapidly skimming before that friendly wind. "Yonder," he said, "are the Balearics. We are making good speed." Although he said it without any object other than that of turning the conversation, yet the fact itself was sufficiently remarkable to be worth a comment. Whether rowed by her 250 slaves, or sailed under her enormous spread of canvas, there was no swifter vessel upon the Mediterranean than the galeasse of Sakr-el-Bahr. Onward she leapt now, with bellying tateens, her well-greased keel slipping through the wind-whipped water at a rate which perhaps could not have been bettered by any ship that sailed. "If this wind holds, we shall be under the point of Aguila before sunset, which will be something to boast of hereafter," he promised. Marzak, however, seemed but indifferently interested. His eyes continued a while to stray towards that palmetto bale by the mainmast. At length, without another word to Sakr-el-Bahr, he made his way abaft, and flung himself down under the awning beside his father. Asad sat there in a moody abstraction, already regretting that he should have lent an ear to Fenzileh to the extent of coming upon this voyage, and assured by now that there was no cause to mistrust Sakr-el-Bahr. Marzak came to revive that drooping mistrust. But the moment was ill chosen, and at the first words he uttered on the subject he was growled into silence by his sire. "Thou dost but voice thine own malice," Asad rebuked him, "and I am proven a fool in that I have permitted the malice of others to urge me in this matter. No more, I say." Thereupon Marzak fell silent and sulking, his eyes ever following Sakr-el-Bahr, who had descended the 3 steps from the poop to the gangway and was pacing down between the rowers' benches. The corsair was supremely ill at ease, as a man must be who has something to conceal, and who begins to fear that he may have been betrayed. Yet who was there could have betrayed him? But 3 men aboard that vessel knew his secret: Ali, his lieutenant Jasper, and the Italian Vigitello. And Sakr-el-Bahr would have staked all his possessions that neither Ali nor Vigitello would have betrayed him, whilst he was fairly confident in his own interests Jasper also must keep faith. Yet Marzak's allusion to that palmetto bale had filled him with an uneasiness that sent him now in quest of his Italian boatswain, whom he trusted above all others. "Vigitello," said he, "is it possible that I have been betrayed to the Basha?" Vigitello looked up sharply at the question, then smiled with confidence. They were standing alone by the bulwarks of the west deck. "Touching what we carry yonder," said he, his glance shifting to the bale. "Impossible. If Asad had knowledge he would have betrayed it before we left Algiers, or he would never have sailed without a stout bodyguard." "What need of bodyguard for him?" returned Sakr-el-Bahr. "If it should come to grips between us, as well it may if what I suspect be true, there is no doubt as to the side upon which the corsairs would range themselves." "Is there not?" quoth Vigitello, a smile upon his swarthy face. "Be not so sure. These men have followed thee, most of them, into a score of fights. To them thou art the Basha, their natural leader." "Maybe, but their allegiance belongs to Asad ed-Din, the exalted of Allah. Did it come to a choice between us, their faith would urge them to stand beside him in spite of any past bonds that may have existed between them and me. Yet there were some of them who murmured when thou wert superseded in the command of this expedition," Vigitello informed him. "I doubt not that many would be influenced by their faith, but many would stand by thee against the Grand Sultan himself. And do not forget," he added, instinctively lowering his voice, "that many of us are renegados like myself and thee, who would never know a moment's doubt if it came to a choice of sides. But I hope," he added in another tone, "there is no such danger here." "And so do I, in all faith," replied Sakr-el-Bahr with fervour. "Yet I am uneasy, and I must know where I stand if the worst takes place. Go thou amongst the men, Vigitello, and probe their real feelings. Gauge their humour, and endeavour to ascertain upon what numbers I may count if I have to declare war upon Asad, or if he declares it upon me. Be cautious." Vigitello closed one of his black eyes portentously. "Depend upon it," he said, "I'll bring you word anon." On that they parted, Vigitello to make his way to the prow and there engage in his investigations, Sakr-el-Bahr slowly to retrace his steps to the poop. But at the first bench abaft the gangway he paused, and looked down at the dejected, white-fleshed slave who sat shackled there. He smiled cruelly, his own anxieties forgotten in the savour of vengeance. "So you have tasted the whip already," he said in English. "But that is nothing to what is yet to come. You are in luck that there is a wind today. It will not always be so. Soon shall you learn what it is that I endured by your contriving." Lionel looked up at him with haggard, blood-injected eyes. He wanted to curse his brother, yet he was too overwhelmed by the sense of the fitness of his punishment. "For myself I care nothing," he replied. "But you will, sweet brother," was the answer. "You will care for yourself most damnably, and pity yourself most poignantly. I speak from experience. 'Tis odds you will not live, and that is my chief regret. I would you had my thews to keep you alive in this floating hell." "I tell you I care nothing for myself," Lionel insisted. "What have you done with Rosamund?" "Will it surprise you to learn that I have played the gentleman and married her?" Oliver mocked him. "Married her?" his brother gasped, blanching at the very thought. "You hound!" "Why abuse me? Could I have done more? Ha ha ha!" And with that laugh he sauntered on, leaving Lionel to writhe there with the torment of his half-knowledge. An hour later, when the cloudy outline of the Balearic Isles had acquired density and colour, Sakr-el-Bahr and Vigitello met again on the west deck, and they exchanged some few words in passing. "It is difficult to say exactly," the boatswain murmured, "but from what I gather, I think the odds would be very evenly balanced, and it were rash in thee to precipitate a quarrel." "I am not like to do so," replied Sakr-el-Bahr. "I should not like to do so in any case. I but desire to know how I stand in case a quarrel should be forced upon me." And he passed on. Yet his uneasiness was no whit allayed. His difficulties were very far from solved, for he had undertaken to carry Rosamund to France or Italy. He had pledged her his word to land her upon one or the other shore, and should he fail, she might even come to conclude that such had never been his real intention. Yet how was he to succeed now, since Asad was aboard the galeasse? Must he be constrained to carry her back to Algiers as secretly as he had brought her thence, and to keep her there until another opportunity of setting her ashore upon a Christian country should present itself? That was clearly impracticable, and fraught with too much risk of detection. Indeed, the risk of detection was very imminent now. At any moment her presence in that pannier might be betrayed. He could think of no way in which to redeem his pledged word. He could but wait and hope, trusting to his luck and to some opportunity which it was impossible to foresee. And so for a long hour and more he paced there moodily to and fro, his hands clasped behind him, his turbaned head bowed in thought, his heart very heavy within him. He was taken in the toils of the evil web which he had spun, and it seemed very clear to him now that nothing short of his life itself would be demanded as the price of it. That, however, was the least part of his concern. All things had miscarried with him, and his life was wrecked. If at the price of it he could ensure safety to Rosamund, that price he would gladly pay. But his dismay and uneasiness all sprang from his inability to discover a way of achieving that most desired of objects, even at such a sacrifice. And so he paced on alone and very lonely, waiting and praying for a miracle. End of section 23. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox. Summer 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Seahawk by Rafael Sabatini. Part 2, Chapter 16. The Pannier. He was still pacing there when an hour or so before sunset, some 15 hours after setting out, they stood before the entrance of a long bottle-necked cove under the shadow of the cliffs of Aquila Point on the southern coast of the island of Formentera. He was rendered aware of this and roused from his abstraction by the voice of Asad calling to him from the poop and commanding him to make the cove. Already the wind was failing them, and it became necessary to take to the oars, as must in any case have happened once they were through the cove's narrow neck in the becalmed lagoon beyond. So Sakr-el-Bahr, in his turn, lifted up his voice, and in answer to his shout came Vigitello and Larocque. A blast of Vigitello's whistle brought his own men to heel, and they passed rapidly along the benches ordering the rowers to make ready, whilst Jasper and a half-dozen Muslim sailors set about furling the sails that already were beginning to flap in the shifting and intermittent gusts of the expiring wind. Sakr-el-Bahr gave the word to row, and Vigitello blew a second and longer blast. The oars dipped, the slaves strained and the galeasse ploughed forward, time being kept by a boatswain's mate who squatted on the waist deck and beat a tom-tom rhythmically. Sakr-el-Bahr, standing on the poop deck, shouted his orders to the steersmen in their niches on either side of the stern, and skilfully the vessel was manoeuvred through the narrow passage into the calm lagoon, whose depths were crystal clear. Here, before coming to rest, Sakr-el-Bahr followed the invariable corsair practice of going about, so as to be ready to leave his moorings and make for the open again at a moment's notice. She came at last alongside the rocky buttresses of a gentle slope that was utterly deserted by all save a few wild goats, browsing near the summit. There were clumps of broom, thick with golden flower, about the base of the hill. Higher, a few gnarled and aged olive trees reared their grey heads from which the rays of the westering sun struck a glint as of silver. Larocque and a couple of sailors went over the bulwarks on the larboard quarter, dropped lightly to the horizontal shafts of the oars, which were rigidly poised, and walking out upon them gained the rocks and proceeded to make fast the vessel by ropes fore and aft. Sakr-el-Bahr's next task was to set a watch, and he appointed Larocque, sending him to take his station on the summit of the head, whence a wide range of view was to be commanded. Pacing the poop with Marzak, the Basha grew reminiscent of former days when roving the seas as a simple corsair he had used this cove for both purposes of ambush and concealment. There were, he said, few harbours in all the Mediterranean so admirably suited to the corsair's purpose as this. It was a haven of refuge in case of peril, and an unrivalled lurking place in which to lie in wait for the prey. He remembered once having lain there with the formidable Dragut race, a fleet of 6 galleys, their presence entirely unsuspected by the Genoese admiral, Doria, who had passed majestically along with 3 caravels and 7 galleys. Marzak, pacing beside his father, listened but half-heartedly to these reminiscences. His mind was all upon Sakr-el-Bahr, and his suspicions of that palmetto bale were quickened by the manner in which for the last 2 hours he had seen the corsair hovering thoughtfully in its neighbourhood. He broke in suddenly upon his father's memories with an expression of what was in his mind. "The thanks to Allah," he said, "that it is thou who command this expedition, else might this cove's advantage have been neglected." "Not so," said Asad. "Sakr-el-Bahr knows them as well as I do. He has used this vantage point aforetime. It was himself who suggested that this would be the very place in which to await this Spanish craft. Yet had he sailed alone, I doubt if the Spanish argosy had concerned him greatly. There are other matters on his mind, O my father. Observe him yonder, all lost in thought. How many hours of this voyage has he spent thus? He is as a man trapped and desperate. There is some fear rankling in him. Observe him, I say." "Allah pardon thee," said his father, shaking his old head and sighing over so much impetuosity of judgment. "Must thy imagination be for ever feeding on thy malice? Yet I blame not thee, but thy Sicilian mother, who has fostered this hostility in thee. Did she not hoodwink me into making this unnecessary voyage?" "I see thou hast forgot last night and the Frankish slave girl," said his son. "Nay, then thou seest wrong. I have not forgot it. But neither have I forgot that since Allah hath exalted me to be Basha of Algiers, he looks to me to deal in justice. Come, Marzak, set an end to all this. Perhaps tomorrow thou shalt see him in battle, and after such a sight as that, never again wilt thou dare say evil of him. Come, make thy peace with him, and let me see better relations betwixt you hereafter." And raising his voice he called Sakr-el-Bahr, who immediately turned and came up the gangway. Marzak stood by in a sulky mood, with no notion of doing his father's will by holding out an olive branch to the man who was like to cheat him out of his birthright ere all was done. Yet was it he who greeted Sakr-el-Bahr when the corsair set foot upon the poop. "Does the thought of the coming fight perturb thee, dog of war?" he asked. "Am I perturbed, pup of peace?" was the crisp answer. "It seems so. Thine aloofness, thine abstractions." "Are signs of perturbation, dost suppose?" "Of what else?" Sakr-el-Bahr laughed. "Ha ha ha! Thou'lt tell me next that I am afraid. Yet I should counsel thee to wait until thou hast smelt blood and powder and learnt precisely what fear is." The slight altercation drew the attention of Asad's officers, who were idling there. Biskaine and some 3 others lounged forward to stand behind the Basha, looking on in some amusement, which was shared by him. "Indeed, indeed," said Asad, laying a hand upon Marzak's shoulder. "His counsel is sound enough. Wait, boy, until thou hast gone beside him aboard the infidel, ere thou judge him easily perturbed." Petulantly Marzak shook off that gnarled old hand. "Dost thou, O my father, join with him in taunting me upon my lack of knowledge? My youth is a sufficient answer. But at least," he added, prompted by a wicked notion suddenly conceived, "at least you cannot taunt me with lack of address with weapons." "Give him room," said Sakr-el-Bahr, with ironical good humour, "and he will show us prodigies." Marzak looked at him with narrowing, gleaming eyes. "Give me a crossbow," he retorted, "and I'll show thee how to shoot," was his amazing boast. "Thou'lt show him?" roared Asad. "Thou'lt show him? Ha 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 ha!" And his laugh rang loud and hearty. "Go smear the son's face with clay, boy." "Reserve thy judgment, O my father," begged Marzak with frosty dignity. "Boy, thou art mad. Why, Sakr-el-Bahr's quarrel will check a swallow in its flight." "That is his boast, belike," replied Marzak. "And what may thine be?" quoth Sakr-el-Bahr. "To hit the island of Formentera at this distance?" "Dost dare to sneer at me?" cried Marzak, ruffling. "What daring would that ask?" wondered Sakr-el-Bahr. "By Allah, thou shalt learn." "In all humility I await the lesson." "And thou shalt have it," was the answer viciously delivered. Marzak strode to the rail. "Ho there, Vigitello, a crossbow for me, and another for Sakr-el-Bahr." Vigitello sprang to obey him, whilst Asad shook his head and laughed again. "Ha ha ha ha! And it were not against the Prophet's law to make a wager," he was beginning, when Marzak interrupted him. "Already should I have proposed one." "So that," said Sakr-el-Bahr, "thy purse would come to match thine head for emptiness." Marzak looked at him and sneered. Then he snatched from Vigitello's hands one of the crossbows that he bore and set a shaft to it. And then at last Sakr-el-Bahr was to learn the malice that was at the root of all this odd pretence. "Look now," said the youth. "There is on that palmetto bale a speck of pitch scarce larger than the pupil of my eye. Thou'lt need to strain thy sight to see it. Observe how my shaft will find it. Canst thou better such a shot?" His eyes, upon Sakr-el-Bahr's face, watching it closely, observed the pallor by which it was suddenly overspread. But the corsair's recovery was almost as swift. He laughed, seeming so entirely careless that Marzak began to doubt whether he had paled indeed or whether his own imagination had led him to suppose it. "Ay, thou'lt choose invisible marks, and wherever the arrow enters, thou'lt say 'twas there. An old trick, O Marzak. Go cozen women with it." "Then," said Marzak, "we will take instead the slender cord that binds the bale." And he levelled his bow. But Sakr-el-Bahr's hand closed upon his arm in an easy yet paralyzing grip. "Wait," he said. "Thou'lt choose another mark for several reasons. For one, I'll not have thy shaft blundering through my oarsmen and haply killing one of them. Most of them are slaves specially chosen for their brawn, and I cannot spare any. Another reason is that the mark is a foolish one. The distance is not more than 10 paces, a childish test, which maybe is the reason why thou hast chosen it." Marzak lowered his bow and Sakr-el-Bahr released his arm. They looked at each other, the corsair supremely master of himself and smiling easily, no faintest trace of the terror that was in his soul showing upon his swarthy bearded countenance or in his hard pale eyes. He pointed up the hillside to the nearest olive tree, 100 paces distant. "Yonder," he said, "is a man's mark. Put me a shaft through the long branch of that first olive." Asad and his officers voiced approval. "A man's mark indeed," said the Basha, "so that he be a marksman." But Marzak shrugged his shoulders with make-believe contempt. "I knew he would refuse the mark I set," said he. "As for the olive branch, it is so large a butt that a child could not miss it at this distance." "If a child could not, then thou shouldst not," said Sakr-el-Bahr, who had so placed himself that his body was now between Marzak and the palmetto bale. "Let us see thee hit it, O Marzak." And as he spoke he raised his crossbow, and scarcely seeming to take aim, he loosed his shaft. It flashed away to be checked, quivering, in the branch he had indicated. A chorus of applause and admiration greeted the shot, and drew the attention of all the crew to what was toward. Marzak tightened his lips, realizing how completely he had been outwitted. Willy-nilly he must now shoot at that mark. The choice had been taken out of his hands by Sakr-el-Bahr. He never doubted that he must cover himself with ridicule in the performance, and that there he would be constrained to abandon this pretended match. "By the Koran," said Biskaine, "thou'lt need all thy skill to equal such a shot, Marzak." "'Twas not the mark I chose," replied Marzak sullenly. "Thou wert the challenger, O Marzak," his father reminded him. "Therefore the choice of mark was his. He chose a man's mark, and by the beard of Mohammed he showed us a man's shot." Marzak would have flung the bow from him in that moment, abandoning the method he had chosen to investigate the contents of that suspicious palmetto bale. But he realized that such a course must now cover him with scorn. Slowly he levelled his bow at that distant mark. "Have a care in the sentinel on the hilltop," Sakr-el-Bahr admonished him, provoking a titter. Angrily the youth drew the bow. The cord hummed, and the shaft sped to bury itself in the hill's flank a dozen yards from the mark. Since he was the son of the Basha, no one dared to laugh outright save his father and Sakr-el-Bahr. But there was no suppressing a titter to express the mockery to which the proven braggart must ever be exposed. Asad looked at him, smiling almost sadly. "See now," he said, "what comes of boasting thyself against Sakr-el-Bahr." "My will was crossed in the matter of a mark," was the bitter answer. "You angered me and made my aim untrue." Sakr-el-Bahr strode away to the starboard bulwarks, deeming the matter at an end. Marzak observed him. "Yet at that small mark," he said, "I challenge him again." As he spoke he fitted a second shaft to his bow. "Behold!" he cried, and took aim. But swift as thought, Sakr-el-Bahr, heedless now of all consequences, levelled at Marzak the bow which he still held. "Hold!" he roared. "Loose thy shaft at that bale, and I loose this at thy throat. I never miss," he added grimly. There was a startled movement in the ranks of those who stood behind Marzak. In speechless amazement they stared at Sakr-el-Bahr as he stood there, white-faced, his eyes aflash, his bow drawn taut and ready to launch that death-laden quarrel as he threatened. Slowly then, smiling with unutterable malice, Marzak lowered his bow. He was satisfied. His true aim was reached. He had drawn his enemy into self-betrayal. Asad's was the voice that shattered that hush of consternation. "Kella Mula!" he bellowed. "What is this? Art thou mad too, O Sakr-el-Bahr?" "Ay, mad indeed," said Marzak. "Mad with fear." And he stepped quickly aside so that the body of Biskaine should shield him from any sudden consequences of his next words. "Ask him what he keeps in that pannier, O my father." "Ay, what, in Allah's name?" demanded the Basha, advancing towards his captain. Sakr-el-Bahr lowered his bow, master of himself again. His composure was beyond all belief. "I carry in it goods of price, which I'll not see riddled to please a pert boy," he said. "Goods of price?" echoed Asad, with a snort. "They'll need to be of price indeed that are valued above the life of my son. Let us see these goods of price." And to the men upon the waist deck he shouted, "Open me that pannier." Sakr-el-Bahr sprang forward and laid a hand upon the Basha's arm. "Stay, my lord," he entreated almost fiercely. "Consider that this pannier is my own, that its contents are my property, that none has a right to—" "Wouldst babble of rights to me who am thy lord?" blazed the Basha, now in a towering passion. "Open me that pannier, I say." They were quick to his bidding. The ropes were slashed away, and the front of the pannier fell open on its palmetto hinges. There was a half-repressed chorus of amazement from the men. Sakr-el-Bahr stood frozen in horror of what must follow. "What is it? What have you found?" demanded Asad. In silence the men swung the bale about and disclosed to the eyes of those upon the poop deck the face and form of Rosamund Godolphin. Then Sakr-el-Bahr, rousing himself from his trance of horror, reckless of all but her, flung down the gangway to assist her from the pannier, and thrusting aside those who stood about her, took his stand at her side. End of chapter 16 from part 2 of The Sea Hawk. Read by Sandra in Wales, United Kingdom, August 2006.
Chapter 17 from Part 2 of The Sea Hawk. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Sea Hawk by Rafael Sabatini. Chapter 17 from Book 2. The Dupe. For a little while Asad stood at gaze, speechless in his incredulity. Then, to revive the anger that for a moment had been whelmed in astonishment, came the reflection that he had been duped by Sakr-el-Bahr, duped by the man he trusted most. He had snarled at Fenzileh and scorned Marzak when they had jointly warned him against his lieutenant. If at times he had been in danger of heeding them, yet sooner or later he had concluded that they but spoke to vent their malice. And yet it was proven now that they had been right in their estimate of this traitor, whilst he himself had been a poor, blind dupe, needing Marzak's wit to tear the bandage from his eyes. Slowly he went down the gangway, followed by Marzak, Biskaine, and the others. At the point where it joined the waist deck, he paused, and his dark old eyes smouldered under his beetling brows. "So," he snarled, "these are thy goods of price. Thou lying dog, what was thine aim in this?" Defiantly, Sakr-el-Bahr answered him, "She is my wife. It is my right to take her with me where I go." He turned to her and bade her veil her face, and she immediately obeyed him, with fingers that shook a little in her agitation. "None questions thy right to that," said Asad. "But being resolved to take her with thee, why not take her openly? Why was she not housed in the poop house, as becomes the wife of Sakr-el-Bahr? Why smuggle her aboard in a pannier, and keep her there in secret?" "And why," added Marzak, "didst thou lie to me when I questioned thee upon her whereabouts, telling me she was left behind in thy house in Algiers?" "All this I did," replied Sakr-el-Bahr, with a lofty, almost a disdainful dignity, "because I feared lest I should be prevented from bearing her away with me." And his bold glance, beating full upon Asad, drew a wave of colour into the gaunt old cheeks. "What would have caused that fear?" he asked. "Shall I tell thee? Because no man sailing upon such a voyage as this would have desired the company of his new wedded wife. Because no man would take a wife with him upon a raid in which there is peril of life and peril of capture." "Allah has watched over me, his servant, in the past," said Sakr-el-Bahr, "and I put my trust in him." It was a specious answer. Such words, laying stress upon the victories Allah sent him, had aforetime served to disarm his enemies, but they served not now. Instead, they did but fan the flames of Asad's wrath. "Blaspheme not!" he croaked, and his tall form quivered with rage. His sallow old face grew vulturine. "She was brought thus aboard in secret, out of fear that were her presence known, thy true purpose too must stand revealed." "And whatever that true purpose may have been," put in Marzak, "it was not the task entrusted thee of raiding the Spanish treasure galley." "'Tis what I mean, my son," Asad agreed. Then, with a commanding gesture, "Wilt thou tell me without further lies what thy purpose was?" he asked. "How?" said Sakr-el-Bahr, and he smiled never so faintly. "Hast thou not said that this purpose was revealed by what I did? Rather then, I think it is for me to ask thee for some such information. I do assure thee, my lord, that it was no part of my intention to neglect the task entrusted me. But just because I feared lest knowledge of her presence might lead my enemies to suppose what thou art now supposing, and perhaps persuade thee to forget all that I have done for the glory of Islam, I determined to bring her secretly aboard. My real aim, since you must know it, was to land her somewhere on the coast of France, whence she might return to her own land and her own people. That done, I should have set about intercepting the Spanish galley, and never fear but that by Allah's favour I should have succeeded. By the horns of Shaitan, swore Marzak, thrusting himself forward. He is the very father and mother of lies. Wilt thou explain this desire to be rid of a wife thou hadst but wed? He demanded. Ay, growled Asad. Canst answer that? Thou shalt hear the truth, said Sakr-el-Bahr. The praise to Allah, mocked Marzak. But I warn you, the corsair continued, that to you it will seem less easy to believe by much than any falsehood I could invent. Years ago, in England, where I was born, I loved this woman, and should have taken her to wife. But there were men and circumstances that defamed me to her so that she would not wed me, and I went forth with hatred of her in my heart. Last night, the love of her which I believed to be dead and turned to loathing, proved to be still a living force. Loving her, I came to see that I had used her unworthily, and I was urged by a desire above all others to undo the evil I had done. On that he paused, and after an instant's silence, Asad laughed angrily and contemptuously. Since when has man expressed his love for a woman by putting her from him? He asked in a voice of scorn that showed the precise value he set upon such a statement. I warned thee it would seem incredible, said Sakr-el-Bahr. Is it not plain, O my father, that this marriage of his was no more than a pretence? Cried Marzak. As plain as the light of day, replied Asad. Thy marriage with that woman made an impious mock of the true faith. It was no marriage. It was a blasphemous pretense, thine only aim to thwart me, abusing my regard for the Prophet's holy law, and to set her beyond my reach. He turned to Vigitello, who stood a little behind Sakr-el-Bahr. Bid thy men put this traitor into irons, he said. Heaven hath guided thee to a wise decision, O my father, cried Marzak, his voice jubilant. But his was the only jubilant note that was sounded, his the only voice that was raised. The decision is more like to guide you both to heaven, replied Sakr-el-Bahr, undaunted. On the instant he had resolved upon his course. Stay, he said, raising his hand to Vigitello, who, indeed, had shown no sign of stirring. He stepped close up to Asad, and what he said did not go beyond those who stood immediately about the Basha and Rosamund, who strained her ears that she might lose no word of it. Do not think, Asad, he said, that I will submit me like a camel to its burden. Consider thy position well. If I but raise my voice to call my sea-hawks to me, only Allah can tell how many will be left to obey thee. Darest thou put this matter to the test? He asked, his countenance grave and solemn, but entirely fearless, as of a man in whom there is no doubt of the issue as it concerns himself. Asad's eyes glittered dully. His color faded to a deathly, ashen hue. "Thou infamous traitor!" he began, in a thick voice, his body quivering with anger. "Ah, no," Sakr-el-Bahr interrupted him. "Were I a traitor, it is what I should have done already, knowing as I do that in any division of our forces numbers will be heavily on my side. Let then my silence prove my unswerving loyalty, Asad. Let it weigh with thee in considering my conduct, nor permit thyself to be swayed by Marzak there, who recks nothing so that he vents his petty hatred of me." "Do not heed him, O my father," cried Marzak. "It cannot be that—" "Peace!" growled Asad, somewhat stricken on a sudden. And there was peace, while the Basha stood moodily combing his white beard, his glittering eyes sweeping from Oliver to Rosamund and back again. He was weighing what Sakr-el-Bahr had said. He more than feared that it might be no more than true, and he realized that if he were to provoke a mutiny here, he would be putting all to the test, setting all upon a throw in which the dice might well be cogged against him. If Sakr-el-Bahr prevailed, he would prevail not merely aboard this galley, but throughout Algiers, and Asad would be cast down, never to rise again. On the other hand, if he bared his scimitar and called upon the faithful to support him, it might chance that, recognizing in him the exalted of Allah, to whom their loyalty was due, they would rally to him. He even thought it might be probable. Yet the stake he put upon the board was too vast. The game appalled him, whom nothing yet had appalled, and it scarce needed a muttered caution from Biskaine to determine him to hold his hand. He looked at Sakr-el-Bahr again, his glance now sullen. "I will consider thy words," he announced, in a voice that was unsteady. "I would not be unjust, nor steer any course by appearances alone. Allah forbid." End of Chapter 17 from Part 2 of The Sea Hawk. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California. Fall 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Sea Hawk by Rafael Sabatini. Part 2, Chapter 18. Sheikh Mat. Under the inquisitive gaping stare of all about them stood Rosamund and Sakr-el-Bahr, regarding each other in silence for a little spell after the Basha's departure. The very galley slaves, stirred from their habitual lethargy by happenings so curious and unusual, craned their sinewy necks to peer at them with a flicker of interest in their dull, weary eyes. Sakr-el-Bahr's feelings as he considered Rosamund's white face in the fading light were most oddly conflicting. Dismay at what had befallen and some anxious dread of what must follow were leavened by a certain measure of relief. He realized that in no case could her concealment have continued long. 11 mortal hours she had spent in the cramped and almost suffocating space of that pannier, in which he had intended to do no more than carry her aboard. The uneasiness which had been occasioned him by the impossibility to deliver her from that closed confinement when Asad had announced his resolve to accompany them upon that voyage had steadily been increased as hour succeeded hour, and still he found no way to release her from a situation in which sooner or later, when the limits of her endurance were reached, her presence must be betrayed. This release which he could not have contrived had been contrived for him by the suspicions and malice of Marzak. That was the one grain of consolation in the present peril, to himself who mattered nothing, and to her who mattered all. Adversity had taught him to prize benefits however slight and to confront perils however overwhelming. So he hugged the present slender benefit, and resolutely braced himself to deal with the situation as he found it, taking the fullest advantage of the hesitancy which his words had sown in the heart of the Basha. He hugged, too, the thought that as things had fallen out, from being oppressor and oppressed, Rosamund and he were become fellows in misfortune, sharing now a common peril. He found it a sweet thought to dwell on. Therefore was it that he faintly smiled as he looked into Rosamund's white, strained face. That smile evoked from her the question that had been burdening her mind. "What now? What now?" she asked huskily, and held out appealing hands to him. "Now," said he coolly, "let us be thankful that you are delivered from quarters destructive both to comfort and to dignity. Let me lead you to those I had prepared for you, which you would have occupied long since but for the ill-timed coming of Asad. Come." And he waved an inviting hand towards the gangway leading to the poop. She shrank back at that, for there was on the poop sat Asad under his awning with Marzak, Biskaine, and his other officers in attendance. "Come," he repeated. "There is naught to fear, so that you keep a bold countenance. For the moment it is Sheikh Mat, check to the king." "Naught to fear?" she echoed, staring. "For the moment not," he answered firmly. "Against what the future may hold we must determine. Be sure that fear will not assist our judgment." She stiffened as if he had charged her unjustly. "I do not fear," she assured him, and if her face continued white, her eyes grew steady, her voice was resolute. "Then come," he repeated, and she obeyed him instantly now as if to prove the absence of all fear. Side by side they passed up the gangway and mounted the steps of the companion to the poop, their approach watched by the group that was in possession of it with glances at once of astonishment and resentment. Asad's dark, smouldering eyes were all for the girl. They followed her every movement as she approached and never for a moment left her to turn upon her companion. Outwardly she bore herself with a proud dignity and an unfaltering composure under that greedy scrutiny. But inwardly she shrank and writhed in a shame and humiliation that she could hardly define. In some measure Oliver shared her feelings, but blent with anger, and urged by them he so placed himself at last that he stood between her and the Basha's regard to screen her from it, as he would have screened her from a lethal weapon. Upon the poop he paused, and salaamed to Asad. "Permit, exalted lord," said he, "that my wife may occupy the quarters I had prepared for her before I knew that thou wouldst honour this enterprise with thy presence." Curtly, contemptuously, Asad waved a consenting hand without vouchsafing to reply in words. Sakr-el-Bahr bowed again, stepped forward, and put aside the heavy red curtain upon which the crescent was wrought in green. From within the cabin the golden light of a lamp came out to merge into the blue-grey twilight, and to set a shimmering radiance about the white-robed figure of Rosamund. Thus for a moment Asad's fierce, devouring eyes observed her. Then she passed within. Sakr-el-Bahr followed, and the screening curtain swung back into its place. The small interior was furnished by a divan spread with silken carpets, a low Moorish table in coloured wood mosaics bearing the newly lighted lamp, and a tiny brazier in which aromatic gums were burning and spreading a sweetly pungent perfume for the fumigation of all true believers. Out of the shadows in the farther corners rose silently Sakr-el-Bahr's two Nubian slaves, Abiad and Salser, to salaam low before him. But for their turbans and loincloths in spotless white their dusky bodies must have remained invisible, shadowy among the shadows. The captain issued an order briefly, and from a hanging cupboard the slaves took meat and drink and set it upon the low table. A bowl of chicken cooked in rice and olives and prunes, a dish of bread, a melon and a clay amphora of water. Then at another word from him, each took a naked scimitar and they passed out to place themselves on guard beyond the curtain. This was not an act in which there was menace or defiance, nor could Asad so interpret it. The acknowledged presence of Sakr-el-Bahr's wife in that poop-house rendered the place the equivalent of his harem, and a man defends his harem as he defends his honor. It is a spot sacred to himself which none may violate, and it is fitting that he take proper precaution against any impious attempt to do so. Rosamund sank down upon the divan, and there sat with bowed head, her hands folded in her lap. Sakr-el-Bahr stood by in silence for a long moment, contemplating her. "Eat," he bade her at last. "You will need strength and courage, and neither is possible to a fasting body." She shook her head. Despite her long fast, food was repellent. Anxiety was thrusting her heart up into her throat to choke her. "I cannot eat," she answered him. "To what end? Strength and courage cannot avail me now." "Never believe that," he said. "I have undertaken to deliver you alive from the perils into which I have brought you, and I shall keep my word." So resolute was his tone that she looked up at him and found his bearing equally resolute and confident. "Surely," she cried, "all chance of escape is lost to me." "Never count it lost whilst I am living," he replied. She considered him a moment, and there was the faintest smile on her lips. "Do you think that you will live long now?" she asked him. "Just as long as God pleases," he replied quite coolly. "What is written, so that I live long enough to deliver you, why then, faith, I shall have lived long enough." Her head sank. She clasped and unclasped her hands in her lap. She shivered slightly. "I think we are both doomed," she said in a dull voice. "For if you die, I have your dagger still, remember. I shall not survive you." He took a sudden step forward, his eyes gleaming, a faint flush glowing through the tan of his cheeks. Then he checked. Fool! How could he so have misread her meaning even for a moment? Were not its exact limits abundantly plain? Even without the words she added a moment later. "God will forgive me if I am driven to it, if I choose the easier way of honor. For honor, sir," she added, clearly for his benefit, "is ever the easier way, believe me." "I know," he replied contritely. "I would to God I had followed it." He paused there, as if hoping that his expression of penitence might evoke some answer from her, might spur her to vouchsafe him some word of forgiveness. Seeing that she continued, mute and absorbed, he sighed heavily and turned to other matters. "Here you will find all that you can require," he said. "Should you lack aught, you have but to beat your hands together. One or the other of my slaves will come to you. If you address them in French, they will understand you. I would I could have brought a woman to minister to you, but that was impossible, as you'll perceive." He stepped to the entrance. "You are leaving me?" she questioned him in sudden alarm. "Naturally. But be sure that I shall be very near at hand, and meanwhile be no less sure that you have no cause for immediate fear. At least, matters are no worse than when you were in the pannier. Indeed, much better, for some measure of ease and comfort is now possible to you. So be of good heart, eat and rest. God guard you. I shall return soon after sunrise." Outside on the poop deck he found Asad, alone now, with Marzak under the awning. Night had fallen. The great crescent lanterns on the stern rail were alight and cast a lurid glow along the vessel's length, picking out the shadowy forms and gleaming faintly on the naked backs of the slaves in their serried ranks along the benches, many of them bowed already in attitudes of uneasy slumber. Another lantern swung from the mainmast, and yet another from the poop rail for the Basha's convenience. Overhead the clustering stars glittered in a cloudless sky of deepest purple. The wind had fallen entirely, and the world was wrapped in stillness broken only by the faint rustling break of waves upon the beach at the cove's end. Sakr-el-Bahr crossed to Asad's side, and begged for a word alone with him. "I am alone," said the Basha curtly. "Marzak is nothing then," said Sakr-el-Bahr. I have long suspected it." Marzak showed his teeth and growled inarticulately, whilst the Basha, taken aback by the ease reflected in the captain's careless mocking words, could but quote a line of the Koran with which Fenzileh of late had often nauseated him. "A man's son is the partner of his soul. I have no secrets from Marzak. Speak, then, before him, or else be silent and depart." "He may be the partner of thy soul, Asad," replied the corsair with his bold mockery. "But I give thanks to Allah he is not the partner of mine, and what I have to say in some sense concerns my soul." "I thank thee," cut in Marzak, "for the justice of thy words. To be the partner of thy soul were to be an infidel, unbelieving dog." "Thy tongue, O Marzak, is like thine archery," said Sakr-el-Bahr. "Ay, in that it pierces treachery," was the swift retort. "Nay, in that it aims at what it cannot hit. Now, Allah pardon me, shall I grow angry at such words as thine? Hath not the One proven full oft that he who calls me infidel dog is a liar predestined to the pit? Are such victories as mine over the fleets of the unbelievers vouchsafed by Allah to an infidel? Foolish blasphemer, teach thy tongue better ways lest the All-Wise strike thee dumb." "Peace!" growled Asad. "Thine arrogance is out of season." "Haply so," said Sakr-el-Bahr with a laugh. "And my good sense, too, it seems. Since thou wilt retain beside thee this partner of thy soul, I must speak before him. Have I thy leave to sit?" Lest such leave should be denied him, he dropped forthwith to the vacant place beside Asad and tucked his legs under him. "Lord," he said, "there is a rift dividing us who should be united for the glory of Islam." "It is of thy making, Sakr-el-Bahr," was the sullen answer, "and it is for thee to mend it. To that end do I desire thine ear. The cause of this rift is yonder." And he jerked his thumb backward over his shoulder towards the poop-house. "If we remove that cause, of a surety the rift itself will vanish, and all will be well again between us." He knew that never could all be well again between him and Asad. He knew that by virtue of his act of defiance he was irrevocably doomed, that Asad having feared him once, having dreaded his power to stand successfully against his face and overbear his will, would see to it that he never dreaded it again. He knew that if he returned to Algiers there would be a speedy end to him. His only chance of safety lay, indeed, in stirring up mutiny upon the spot and striking swiftly, venturing all upon that desperate throw. And he knew that this was precisely what Asad had cause to fear. Out of this assurance he had conceived his present plan, deeming that if he offered to heal the breach, Asad might pretend to consent so as to weather his present danger, making doubly sure of his vengeance by waiting until they should be home again. Asad's gleaming eyes considered him in silence for a moment. "How remove that cause?" he asked. "Wilt thou atone for the mockery of thy marriage, pronounce her divorced, and relinquish her?" "That were not to remove her," replied Sakr-el-Bahr. "Consider well, Asad, what is thy duty to the faith. Consider that upon our unity depends the glory of Islam. Were it not sinful, then, to suffer the intrusion of aught that may mar such unity? Nay, nay, what I propose is that I should be permitted, assisted even, to bear out the project I had formed, as already I have frankly made confession. Let us put to sea again at dawn, or this very night if thou wilt. Make for the coast of France, and there set her ashore that she may go back to her own people and we be rid of her disturbing presence. Then we will return. There is time and to spare, and here or elsewhere lurk in wait for this Spanish argosy, seize the booty and sail home in amity to Algiers. This incident, this little cloud in the splendour of our comradeship, behind us and forgotten as though it had never been. Wilt thou, Asad, for the glory of the Prophet's law?" The bait was cunningly presented, so cunningly that not for a moment did Asad or even the malicious Marzak suspect it to be just a bait and no more. It was his own life, become a menace to Asad, that Sakr-el-Bahr was offering him in exchange for the life and liberty of that Frankish slave girl, but offering it as if unconscious that he did so. Asad considered, temptation gripping him. Prudence urged him to accept so that effecting to heal the dangerous breach that now existed he might carry Sakr-el-Bahr back to Algiers, there, beyond the aid of any friendly mutineers, to have him strangled. It was the course to adopt in such a situation, the wise and sober course by which to ensure the overthrow of one who from an obedient and submissive lieutenant had suddenly shown that it was possible for him to become a serious and dangerous rival. Sakr-el-Bahr watched the Basha's averted, gleaming eyes under their furrowed, thoughtful brows. He saw Marzak's face white, tense, and eager in his anxiety that his father should consent. And since his father continued silent, Marzak, unable longer to contain himself, broke into speech. "He is wise, O my father," was his crafty appeal. "The glory of Islam above all else. Let him have his way in this, and let the infidel woman go. Thus shall all be well between us and Sakr-el-Bahr." He laid such a stress upon these words that it was obvious he desired them to convey a second meaning. Asad heard and understood that Marzak, too, perceived what was here to do. Tighter upon him became temptation's grip, but tighter too became the grip of a temptation of another sort. Before his fierce eyes there arose a vision of a tall, stately maiden with softly rounded bosom, a vision so white and lovely that it enslaved him. And so he found himself torn two ways at once. On the one hand, if he relinquished the woman, he could make sure of his vengeance upon Sakr-el-Bahr, could make sure of removing that rebel from his path. On the other hand, if he determined to hold fast to his desires and to be ruled by them, he must be prepared to risk a mutiny aboard the galeasse, prepared for battle and perhaps for defeat. It was a stake such as no sane Basha would have consented to set upon the board. But since his eyes had again rested upon Rosamund, Asad was no longer sane. His thwarted desires of yesterday were the despots of his wits. He leaned forward now, looking deep into the eyes of Sakr-el-Bahr. "Since for thyself thou dost not want her, why dost thou thwart me?" he asked, and his voice trembled with suppressed passion. "So long as I deemed thee honest in taking her to wife, I respected that bond as became a good Muslim. But since 'tis manifest that it was no more than a pretence, a mockery to serve some purpose hostile to myself, a desecration of the Prophet's holy law, I, before whom this blasphemous marriage was performed, do pronounce it to be no marriage. There is no need for thee to divorce her. She is no longer thine. She is for any Muslim who can take her." Sakr-el-Bahr laughed unpleasantly. "Such a Muslim," he announced, "will be nearer my sword than the paradise of Mohammed." And on the words he stood up, as if in token of his readiness. Asad rose with him in a bound of vigour such as might scarce have been looked for in a man of his years. "Dost threaten?" he cried, his eyes aflash. "Threaten?" sneered Sakr-el-Bahr. "I prophesy." And on that he turned, and stalked away down the gangway to the vessel's waist. There was no purpose in his going other than his perceiving that here argument were worse than useless, and that the wiser course were to withdraw at once, avoiding it and allowing his veiled threat to work upon the Basha's mind. Quivering with rage, Asad watched his departure. On the point of commanding him to return, he checked, fearing lest in his present mood Sakr-el-Bahr should flout his authority and under the eyes of all refuse him the obedience due. He knew that it is not good to command where we are not sure of being obeyed or of being able to enforce obedience, that an authority once successfully flouted is in itself half shattered. Whilst still he hesitated, Marzak, who had also risen, caught him by the arm and poured into his ear hot, urgent arguments enjoining him to yield to Sakr-el-Bahr's demand. "It is the sure way," he cried insistently. "Shall all be jeopardized for the sake of that whey-faced daughter of perdition? In the name of Shaitan, let us be rid of her. Set her ashore as he demands, as the price of peace between us and him. And in the security of that peace let him be strangled when we come home again to our moorings in Algiers. It is the sure way, the sure way." Asad turned at last to look into that handsome, eager face. For a moment he was at a loss. Then he had recourse to sophistry. "Am I a coward that I should refuse all ways but sure ones?" he demanded in a withering tone. Or art thou a coward who can counsel none other?" "My anxiety is all for thee, O my father," Marzak defended himself indignantly. "I doubt if it be safe to sleep, lest he should stir up mutiny in the night." "Have no fear," replied Asad. "Myself I have set the watch, and the officers are all trustworthy. Biskaine is even now in the forecastle taking the feeling of the men. Soon we shall know precisely where we stand." "In thy place I would make sure. I would set a term to this danger of mutiny. I would accede to his demands concerning the woman, and settle afterwards with himself." "Abandon that Frankish pearl?" quoth Asad. Slowly he shook his head. "Nay, nay. She is a garden that shall yield me roses. Together we shall yet taste the sweet sherbet of Kansar, and she shall thank me for having led her into paradise. Abandon that rosy-limbed loveliness. Ha, ha, ha!" He laughed softly on a note of exaltation, whilst in the gloom Marzak frowned, thinking of Fenzileh. "She is an infidel," his son sternly reminded him. "So forbidden thee by the Prophet. Wilt thou be as blind to that as to thine own peril?" Then his voice gathering vehemence and scorn as he proceeded. "She has gone, naked of face, through the streets of Algiers. She has been gaped at by the rabble in the sôk. This loveliness of hers has been deflowered by the greedy gaze of Jew and Moor and Turk. Galley slaves and negroes have feasted their eyes upon her unveiled beauty. One of thy captains has owned her his wife. Ha!" He laughed. "By Allah, I do not know thee, O my father. Is this the woman thou wouldst take for thine own? This the woman for whose possession thou wouldst jeopardize thy life and perhaps the very bashalik itself?" Asad clenched his hands until the nails bit into his flesh. Every word his son had uttered had been as a lash to his soul. The truth of it was not to be contested. He was humiliated and shamed. Yet was he not conquered of his madness, nor diverted from his course. Before he could make answer, the tall martial figure of Biskaine came up the companion. "Well?" the Basha greeted him eagerly, thankful for this chance to turn the subject. Biskaine was downcast. His news was to be read in his countenance. "The task appointed me was difficult," said he. "I have done my best, yet I could scarce go about it in such a fashion as to draw definite conclusions. But this I know, my lord, that he will be reckless indeed if he dares to take up arms against thee and challenge thine authority. So much at least I am permitted to conclude." "No more than that?" asked Asad. "And if I were to take up arms against him, and to seek to settle this matter out of hand?" Biskaine paused a moment ere replying. "I cannot think but that Allah would vouchsafe thee victory," he said. But his words did not delude the Basha. He recognized them to be no more than those which respect for him dictated to his officer. "Yet," continued Biskaine, "I should judge thee reckless too, my lord, as reckless as I should judge him in the like circumstances." "I see," said Asad. "The matter stands so balanced that neither of us dare put it to the test." "Thou hast said it. Then is thy course plain to thee," cried Marzak, eager to renew his arguments. "Accept his terms, and—" But Asad broke in impatiently. "Everything in its own hour, and each hour is written. I will consider what to do." Below on the waist deck Sakr-el-Bahr was pacing with Vigitello, and Vigitello's words to him were of a tenor identical almost with those of Biskaine to the Basha. "I scarce can judge," said the Italian renegade. "But I do think that it were not wise for either thou or Asad to take the first step against the other." "Are matters then so equal between us?" "Numbers, I fear," replied Vigitello, "would be in favour of Asad. No truly devout Muslim will stand against the Basha, the representative of the Sublime Portal, to whom loyalty is a question of religion. Yet they are accustomed to obey thee, to leap at thy command. And so Asad himself were rash to put it to the test." "Ay, a sound argument," said Sakr-el-Bahr. "It is as I had thought." Upon that he quitted Vigitello, and slowly, thoughtfully returned to the poop deck. It was his hope, his only hope now, that Asad might accept the proposal he had made him. As the price of it he was fully prepared for the sacrifice of his own life, which it must entail. But it was not for him to approach Asad again. To do so would be to argue doubt and anxiety and so to court refusal. He must possess his soul in what patience he could. If Asad persisted in his refusal undeterred by any fear of mutiny, then Sakr-el-Bahr knew not what course remained to him to accomplish Rosamund's deliverance. Proceed to stir up mutiny he dared not. It was too desperate a throw. In his own view it offered him no slightest chance of success, and did it fail, then indeed all would be lost, himself destroyed, and Rosamund at the mercy of Asad. He was as one walking along a sword edge. His only chance of present immunity for himself and Rosamund lay in the confidence that Asad would dare no more than himself to take the initiative in aggression. But that was only for the present, and at any moment Asad might give the word to put about and steer for Barbary again. In no case could that be delayed beyond the plundering of the Spanish argosy. He nourished the faint hope that in that coming fight, if indeed the Spaniards did show fight, some chance might perhaps present itself, some unexpected way out of the present situation. He spent the night under the stars, stretched across the threshold of the curtained entrance to the poop house, making thus a barrier of his body whilst he slept, and himself watched over in his turn by his faithful Nubians who remained on guard. He awakened when the first violet tints of dawn were in the east, and quietly dismissing the weary slaves to their rest, he kept watch alone thereafter. Under the awning on the starboard quarter slept the Basha and his son, and near them Biskaine was snoring. End of chapter 18, from part 2 of The Sea Hawk. Read by Sandra in Wales, United Kingdom, August 2006.
Section 27. The Mutineers, from The Sea Hawk. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Sea Hawk by Rafael Sabatini. Section 27, Chapter 19. The Mutineers. Later that morning, some time after the galleys had awakened to life and such languid movement as might be looked for in a waiting crew, Sakr-el-Bahr went to visit Rosamund. He found her brightened and refreshed by sleep, and he brought her reassuring messages that all was well, encouraging her with hopes which himself he was very far from entertaining. If her reception of him was not expressedly friendly, neither was it unfriendly. She listened to the hopes he expressed of yet effecting her safe deliverance, and whilst she had no thanks to offer him for the efforts he was to exert on her behalf, accepting them as her absolute due, as the inadequate liquidation of the debt that lay between them, yet there was now none of that aloofness amounting almost to scorn which hitherto had marked her bearing towards him. He came again some hours later in the afternoon, by when his Nubians were once more at their post. He had no news to bring her beyond the fact that their sentinel on the heights reported a sail to westward, beating up towards the island before the very gentle breeze that was blowing. But the argosy they awaited was not yet in sight, and he confessed that certain proposals which he had made to Asad for landing her in France had been rejected. Still, she need have no fear, he added, promptly, seeing the sudden alarm that quickened in her eyes. A way would present itself. He was watching, and would miss no chance. "And if no chance should offer?" she asked him. "Why, then I will make one," he answered, lightly almost. "I have been making them all my life, and it would be odd if I should have lost the trick of it on my life's most important occasion." This mention of his life led to a question from her. "How did you contrive the chance that has made you what you are? I mean," she added quickly, as if fearing that the purport of that question might be misunderstood, "that has enabled you to become a corsair captain." "'Tis a long story, that," he said. "I should weary you in the telling of it." "No," she replied, and shook her head, her clear eyes solemnly meeting his clouded glance. "You would not weary one. Chances may be few in which to learn it." "And you would learn it?" quoth he, and added, "that you may judge me?" "Perhaps," she said, and her eyes fell. With bowed head he paced the length of the small chamber and back again. His desire was to do her will in this, which is natural enough, for if it is true that who knows all must perforce forgive all, never could it have been truer than in the case of Sir Oliver Tressilian. So he told his tale. Pacing there, he related it at length, from the days when he had toiled at an oar on one of the galleys of Spain, down to that hour in which, aboard the Spanish vessel taken under Cape Spartel, he had determined, upon that voyage to England, to present his reckoning to his brother. He told his story simply and without too great a wealth of detail, yet he omitted nothing of all that had gone to place him where he stood. And she, listening, was so profoundly moved that at one moment her eyes glistened with tears, which she sought vainly to repress. Yet he, pacing there, absorbed, with head bowed and eyes that never once strayed in her direction, saw none of this. "And so," he said, when at last that odd narrative had reached its end, "you know what the forces were that drove me. Another stronger than myself might have resisted and preferred to suffer death, but I was not strong enough. Or perhaps it is that stronger than myself was my desire to punish, to vent the bitter hatred into which my erstwhile love for Lionel was turned. And for me too, as you have told me," she added. "Not so," he corrected her. "I hated you for your unfaith, and most of all, for your having burnt unread the letter I sent you by the hand of Pitt. In doing that, you contributed to the wrongs I was enduring. You destroyed my one chance of establishing my innocence and seeking rehabilitation. You doomed me for life to the ways which I was treading. But I did not then know what ample cause you had to believe me what I seemed. I did not know that it was believed I had fled. Therefore, I forgive you freely, a deed for which at one time I confess that I hated you, and which spurred me to bear you off when I found you under my hand that night at Arwenack, when I went for Lionel." "You mean that it was no part of your intent to have done so?" she asked him. "To carry you off together with him?" he asked. "I swear to God I had not premeditated that. Indeed, it was done because not premeditated, for had I considered it, I do think I should have been proof against any such temptation. It assailed me suddenly when I beheld you there with Lionel, and I succumbed to it. Knowing what I now know, I am punished enough, I think. I think I can understand, she murmured gently, as if to comfort him, for quick pain had trembled in his voice. He tossed back his turbaned head. To understand is something, said he. It is halfway, at least, to forgiveness. But ere forgiveness can be accepted, the evil done must be atoned for to the full. If possible, said she. It must be made possible, he answered her with heat, and on that he checked abruptly, arrested by a sound of shouting from without. He recognized the voice of Larocque, who at dawn had returned to his sentinel's post on the summit of the headland, relieving the man who had replaced him there during the night. "My lord! My lord!" was the cry, in a voice shaken by excitement, and succeeded by a shouting chorus from the crew. Sakr-el-Bahr turned swiftly to the entrance, whisked aside the curtain, and stepped out upon the poop. Larocque was in the very act of clambering over the bulwarks amidships towards the waist deck, where Asad awaited him in company with Marzak and the trusty Biscayne. The prow, on which the corsairs had lounged at ease since yesterday, was now a seething mob of inquisitive, babbling men, crowding to the rail and even down the gangway in their eagerness to learn what news it was that brought the sentinel aboard in such an excited haste. From where he stood, Sakr-el-Bahr heard Larocque's loud announcement. "The ship I sighted at dawn, my lord." "Well," barked Asad. "She is here in the bay beneath that headland. She has just dropped anchor." "No need for alarm in that," replied the Basha at once. "Since she has anchored, there it is plain that she has no suspicion of our presence." "What manner of ship is she?" "A tall galleon of 20 guns, flying the flag of England." "Of England?" cried Asad in surprise. "She'll need be a stout vessel to hazard herself in Spanish waters." Sakr-el-Bahr advanced to the rail. "Does she display no further device?" he asked. Larocque turned at the question. "Aye," he answered. "A narrow blue pennant on her mizzen is charged with a white bird, a stork, I think." "A stork," echoed Sakr-el-Bahr thoughtfully. He could call to mind no such English blazon, nor did it seem to him that it could possibly be English. He caught the sound of a quickly indrawn breath behind him. He turned to find Rosamund standing in the entrance, no more than half concealed by the curtain. Her face showed white and eager. Her eyes were wide. "What is't?" he asked her shortly. "A stork, he thinks," she said, as though that were answer enough. "I' faith, an unlikely bird," he commented. "The fellow is mistook." "Yet not by much, Sir Oliver." "How? Not by much?" Intrigued by something in her tone and glance, he stepped quickly up to her, whilst below the chatter of voices increased. "That which he takes to be a stork is a heron, a white heron, and white is argent in heraldry, is it not?" "It is. What then?" "Do you not see? That ship will be the Silver Heron." He looked at her. "'Slife," said he, "I reck little whether it be the silver heron or the golden grasshopper. What odds?" "It is Sir John's ship, Sir John Killigrew's," she explained. "She was all but ready to sail when you came to Arwenack. He was for the Indies. Instead, don't you see, out of love for me he will have come after me upon a forlorn hope of overtaking you ere you could make Barbary." "God's light," said Sakr-el-Bahr, and fell to musing. Then he raised his head and laughed. "He's some days late for that." But the jest evoked no response from her. She continued to stare at him with those eager yet timid eyes. "And yet," he continued, "he comes opportunely enough. If the breeze that has fetched him is faint, yet surely it blows from heaven. Were it—" she paused, faltering a moment. Then, "Were it possible to communicate with him?" she asked, yet with hesitation. "Possible? Aye," he answered, "though we must needs devise the means, and that will prove none so easy." "And you would do it?" she inquired, an undercurrent of wonder in her question, some recollection of it in her face. "Why, readily," he answered, "since no other way presents itself. No doubt 'twill cost some lives," he added. "But then—" and he shrugged to complete the sentence. "Ah, no, no, not at that price," she protested. And how was he to know that all the price she was thinking of was his own life, which she conceived would be forfeited if the assistance of the silver heron were invoked? Before he could return her any answer, his attention was diverted. A sullen, threatening note had crept into the babble of the crew, and suddenly one or two voices were raised to demand insistently that Asad should put to sea at once and remove his vessel from a neighbourhood become so dangerous. Now, the fault of this was Marzak's. His was the voice that first had uttered that timid suggestion, and the infection of his panic had spread instantly through the corsair ranks. Asad, drawn to the full of his gaunt height, turned upon them the eyes that had quelled greater clamours, and raised the voice which in its day had hurled 100 men straight into the jaws of death without a protest. "Silence!" he commanded. "I am your lord, and need no counsellors save Allah. When I consider the time come, I will give the word to row, but not before. Back to your quarters, then, and peace." He disdained to argue with them, to show them what sound reasons there were for remaining in this secret cove, and against putting forth into the open. Enough for them that such should be his will, not for them to question his wisdom and his decisions. But Asad el-Din had lain overlong in Algiers, whilst his fleets under Sakr-el-Bahr and Biscayne had scoured the inland sea. The men were no longer accustomed to the goad of his voice. Their confidence in his judgment was not built upon the sound basis of past experience. Never yet had he led into battle the men of this crew and brought them forth again in triumph and enriched by spoil. So now they set their own judgment against his. To them it seemed a recklessness, as indeed Marzak had suggested, to linger here and his mere announcement of his purpose was far from sufficient to dispel their doubts. The murmurs swelled, not to be overborne by his fierce presence and scowling brow, and suddenly one of the renegades, secretly prompted by the wily Vigitello, raised a shout for the captain whom they knew and trusted. "Sakr-el-Bahr! Sakr-el-Bahr! Thou'lt not leave us penned in this cove to perish like rats!" It was as a spark to a train of powder. A score of voices instantly took up the cry. Hands were flung out towards Sakr-el-Bahr, where he stood above them and in full view of all, leaning impassive and stern upon the poop rail, whilst his agile mind weighed the opportunity thus thrust upon him, and considered what profit was to be extracted from it. Asad fell back a pace in his profound mortification. His face was livid, his eyes blared furiously, his hand flew to the bejewelled hilt of his scimitar, yet forbore from drawing the blade. Instead, he let loose upon Marzak the venom kindled in his soul by this evidence of how shrunken was his authority. "Thou fool!" he snarled. "Look on thy craven's work. See what a devil thou hast raised with thy woman's counsels. Thou to command a galley! Thou to become a fighter upon the seas! I would that Allah had stricken me dead ere I begat me such a son as thou!" Marzak recoiled before the fury of words that he feared might be followed by yet worse. He dared make no answer, offer no excuse. In that moment he scarcely dared breathe. Meanwhile, Rosamund, in her eagerness, had advanced until she stood at Sakr-el-Bahr's elbow. "God is helping us," she said in a voice of fervent gratitude. "This is your opportunity. The men will obey you." He looked at her and smiled faintly upon her eagerness. "Aye, mistress, they will obey me," he said. But in the few moments that were sped he had taken his resolve. Whilst undoubtedly Asad was right, and the wise course was to lie close in this sheltering cove where the odds of their going unperceived were very heavily in their favour, yet the men's judgment was not altogether at fault. If they were to put to sea, they might, by steering an easterly course, pass similarly unperceived, and even should the splash of their oars reach the galleon beyond the headland, yet by the time she had weighed anchor and started in pursuit, they would be well away, straining every ounce of muscle at the oars, whilst the breeze, a heavy factor in his considerations, was become so feeble that they could laugh at pursuit by a vessel that depended upon wind alone. The only danger then was the danger of the galleon's cannon, and that danger was none so great, as from experience Sakr-el-Bahr well knew. Thus was he reluctantly forced to the conclusion that in the main the wiser policy was to support Asad, and since he was full confident of the obedience of the men, he consoled himself with the reflection that a moral victory might be in store for him, out of which some surer profit might presently be made. In answer, then, to those who still called upon him, he leapt down the companion and strode along the gangway to the waist deck to take his stand at the Basha's side. Asad watched his approach with angry misgivings. It was with him a foregone conclusion that, things being as they were, Sakr-el-Bahr would be ranged against him to obtain complete control of these mutineers and to cull the fullest advantage from the situation. Softly and slowly he unsheathed his scimitar, and Sakr-el-Bahr, seeing this out of the corner of his eye, yet affected not to see, but stood forward to address the men. "How now?" he thundered wrathfully. "What shall this mean? Are ye all deaf that ye have not heard the commands of your Basha, the exalted of Allah, that ye dare raise your mutinous voices and say what is your will?" Sudden and utter silence followed that exhortation. Asad listened in relieved amazement. Rosamund caught her breath in sheer dismay. What could he mean then? Had he but fooled and duped her? Were his intentions toward her the very opposite to his protestations? She leant against the poop rail, straining to catch every syllable of that speech of his in the lingua franca, hoping almost that her indifferent knowledge of it had led her into error on the score of what he had said. She saw him turn with a gesture of angry command upon Larocque, who stood there by the bulwarks waiting. "Back to thy post up yonder, and keep watch upon that vessel's movements, reporting them to us. We stir not hence until such be our Lord Asad's good pleasure. Away with thee!" Larocque, without a murmur, threw a leg over the bulwarks and dropped to the oars, whence he clambered ashore as he had been bidden, and not a single voice was raised in protest. Sakr-el-Bahr's dark glance swept the ranks of the corsairs crowding the forecastle. "Because this pet of the harem," he said, immensely daring, indicating Marzak by a contemptuous gesture, "bleats of danger into the ears of men, are ye all to grow timid and foolish as a herd of sheep? By Allah, what are ye? Are ye the fearless sea hawks that have flown with me and struck where the talons of my grappling hooks were flung, or are ye but scavenging crows?" He was answered by an old rover whom fear had rendered greatly daring. "We are trapped here as Dragut was trapped by Jerba." "Thou liest," he answered. "Dragut was not trapped, for Dragut found a way out, and against Dragut there was the whole navy of Genoa, whilst against us there is but one galleon. By the Koran, if she shows fight, have we no teeth? Will it be the first galleon whose decks we have overrun? But if ye prefer a coward's counsel, ye sons of shame, consider that once we take the open sea, our discovery will be assured, and Larocque hath told you that she carries 20 guns. I tell you that, if we are to be attacked by her, best be attacked at close quarters. And I tell you that, if we lie close and snug in here, it is long odds that we shall never be attacked at all. That she has no inkling of our presence is proven, since she has cast anchor round the headland. And consider that if we fly from a danger that doth not exist, and in our flight are so fortunate as not to render real that danger and to court it, we abandon a rich argosy that shall bring profit to us all. But I waste my breath in argument," he ended abruptly. "You have heard the commands of your lord Asad ed-Din, and that should be argument enough. No more of this, then." Without so much as waiting to see them disperse from the rail and return to their lounging attitudes against the forecastle, he turned to Asad. "It might have been well to hang the dog who spoke of Dragut and Jerba," he said, "but it was never in my nature to be harsh with those who follow me." And that was all. Asad, from amazement, had passed quickly to admiration and a sort of contrition, into which presently there crept a poisonous tinge of jealousy to see Sakr-el-Bahr prevail, where he himself alone must utterly have failed. This jealousy spread all-pervadingly, like an oil stain. If he had come to bear ill will to Sakr-el-Bahr before, that ill will was turned of a sudden into positive hatred for one in whom he now beheld a usurper of the power and control that should reside in the Basha alone. Assuredly, there was no room for both of them and the Bashalik of Algiers. Therefore, the words of commendation, which had been rising to his lips, froze there, now that Sakr-el-Bahr and he stood face to face. In silence, he considered his lieutenant through narrowing, evil eyes, whose message none but a fool could have misunderstood. Sakr-el-Bahr was not a fool, and he did not misunderstand it for a moment. He felt a tightening at the heart, and ill will sprang to life within him, responding to the call of that ill will. Almost he repented him that he had not availed himself of that moment of weakness and mutiny on the part of the crew to attempt the entire superseding of the Basha. The conciliatory words he had in mind to speak he now suppressed. To that venomous glance he opposed his ever-ready mockery. He turned to Biskaine. "Withdraw," he curtly bade him, "and take that stout sea-warrior with thee," and he indicated Marzak. Biskaine turned to the Basha. "Is it thy wish, my lord?" he asked. Asad nodded in silence, and motioned him away, together with the cowed Marzak. "My lord," said Sakr-el-Bahr, when they were alone, "yesterday I made thee a proposal for the healing of this breach between us, and it was refused. But now, had I been the traitor and mutineer thou hast dubbed me, I could have taken full advantage of the humour of my corsairs. Had I done that, it need no longer have been mine to propose or to sue. Instead, it would have been mine to dictate. Since I have given thee such crowning proof of my loyalty, it is my hope and trust that I may be restored to the place I had lost in thy confidence, and that, this being so, thou wilt accede now to that proposal of mine concerning the Frankish woman yonder. It was unfortunate, perhaps, that she should have been standing there, unveiled upon the poop within the range of Asad's glance, for the sight of her, it may have been, that overcame his momentary hesitation and stifled the caution which prompted him to accede. He considered her a moment, and a faint color kindled in his cheek, which anger had made livid. "It is not for thee, Sakr-el-Bahr," he answered at length, "to make me proposals. To dare it proves thee far from removed indeed from the loyalty thy lips profess. Thou know'st my will concerning her. Once hast thou thwarted and defied me, misusing to that end the Prophet's holy law. Continue a barrier in my path, and it shall be at thy peril." His voice was raised, and it shook with anger. "Not so loud," said Sakr-el-Bahr, his eyes gleaming with the response of anger. "For should my men overhear these threats of thine, I will not answer for what may follow. I oppose thee at my peril, sayest thou? Be it so then." He smiled grimly. "It is war between us, Asad, since thou hast chosen it. Remember hereafter, when the consequences come to overwhelm thee, that the choice was thine." "Thou mutinous, treacherous son of a dog!" blazed Asad. Sakr-el-Bahr turned on his heel. "Pursue the path of an old man's folly," he said over his shoulder, "and see whither it will lead thee." Upon that he strode away, up the gangway to the poop, leaving the Basha alone with his anger and some slight fear evoked by that last bold menace. But notwithstanding that he menaced boldly, the heart of Sakr-el-Bahr was surcharged with anxiety. He had conceived a plan, but between the conception and its execution he realized that much ill might lie. "Mistress," he addressed Rosamund as he stepped upon the poop, "you are not wise to show yourself so openly." To his amazement she met him with a hostile glance. "Not wise," said she, her countenance scornful. "You mean that I may see more than was intended for me. What game do you play here, sir, that you tell me one thing and show me by your actions that you desire another?" He did not need to ask her what she meant. At once he perceived how she had misread the scene she had witnessed. "I'll but remind you," he said very gravely, "that once before you did me a wrong by over hasty judgment, as has been proven to you." It overthrew some of her confidence. "But then," she began, "I do but ask you to save your judgment for the end. If I live, I shall deliver you. Meanwhile, I beg that you will keep your cabin. It does not help me that you be seen." She looked at him, a prayer for explanation trembling on her lips. But before the calm command of his tone and glance, she slowly lowered her head and withdrew beyond the curtain. End of section 27, read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox, Fall 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Seahawk by Rafael Sabatini. Part 2, Chapter 20. The Messenger. For the rest of the day she kept the cabin, chafing with anxiety to know what was toward and the more racked by it because Sakr-el-Bahr refrained through all those hours from coming to her. At last, towards evening, unable longer to contain herself, she went forth again, and as it chanced she did so at an untimely moment. The sun had set, and the evening prayer was being recited aboard the galeasse, her crew all prostrate. Perceiving this, she drew back again instinctively, and remained screened by the curtain until the prayer was ended. Then putting it aside, but without stepping past the Nubians who were on guard, she saw that on her left Asad ed-Din, with Marzak, Biskaine, and one or two other officers, was again occupying the divan under the awning. Her eyes sought Sakr-el-Bahr, and presently they beheld him coming up the gangway with his long, swinging stride, in the wake of the boatswain's mates who were doling out the meagre evening meal to the slaves. Suddenly he halted by Lionel, who occupied a seat at the head of his oar immediately next to the gangway. He addressed him harshly in the lingua franca, which Lionel did not understand, and his words rang clearly and were heard, as he intended that they should be, by all upon the poop.
"Well, dog, does the galley slave fare suit thy tender stomach?"
Lionel looked up at him. "What are you saying?" he asked in English. Sakr-el-Bahr bent over him, and his face as all could see was evil and mocking. No doubt he spoke to him in English also, but no more than a murmur reached the straining ears of Rosamund, though from his countenance she had no doubt of the purport of his words. Yet she was far indeed from correct surmise. The mockery in his countenance was but a mask.
"Take no heed of my looks," he was saying. "I desire them up yonder to think that I abuse you. Look as a man would look who were being abused. Cringe or snarl, but listen. Do you remember once when as lads we swam together from Penarrow to Trefusis Point?"
"What do you mean?" quoth Lionel, and the natural sullenness of his mien was all that Sakr-el-Bahr could have desired.
"I am wondering whether you could still swim as far. If so, you might find a more appetizing supper awaiting you at the end, aboard Sir John Killigrew's ship. You had not heard? The Silver Heron is at anchor in the bay beyond that headland. If I afford you the means, could you swim to her, do you think?"
Lionel stared at him in profoundest amazement.
"Do you mock me?" he asked at length. "Why should I mock you on such a matter?"
"Is it not to mock me to suggest a way for my deliverance?" Sakr-el-Bahr laughed, and he mocked now in earnest. He set his foot upon the rower's stretcher, and leaned forward and down his elbow upon his raised knee so that his face was close to Lionel's.
"For your deliverance?" said he. "God's life, Lionel, your mind was ever one that could take in naught but your own self. 'Tis that has made a villain of you. Your deliverance, God's wounds! Is there none but yourself whose deliverance I might desire? Look you, now I want you to swim to Sir John's ship and bear him word of the presence here of this galeasse and that Rosamund is aboard it. 'Tis for her that I am concerned, and so little for you that should you chance to be drowned in the attempt my only regret will be that the message was not delivered. Will you undertake that swim? It is your one sole chance short of death itself of escaping from the rower's bench. Will you go?"
"But how?" demanded Lionel, still mistrusting him.
"Will you go?"
his brother insisted.
"Afford me the means and I will,"
was the answer.
"Very well."
Sakr-el-Bahr leaned nearer still.
"Naturally it will be supposed by all who are watching us that I am goading you to desperation. Act then your part. Up and attempt to strike me. Then, when I return the blow, and I shall strike heavily that no make-believe may be suspected, collapse on your oar pretending to swoon. Leave the rest to me. Now!"
he added sharply, and on the word rose with a final laugh of derision as if to take his departure. But Lionel was quick to follow the instructions. He leapt up in his bonds, and reaching out as far as they would permit him, he struck Sakr-el-Bahr heavily upon the face. On his side, too, there was to be no make-believe apparent. That done, he sank down with a clank of shackles to the bench again, whilst every one of his fellow slaves that faced his way looked on with fearful eyes. Sakr-el-Bahr was seen to reel under the blow, and instantly there was a commotion on board. Biskaine leapt to his feet with a half-cry of astonishment. Even Asad's eyes kindled with interest at so unusual a sight as that of a galley slave attacking a corsair. Then, with a snarl of anger, the snarl of an enraged beast almost, Sakr-el-Bahr's great arm was swung aloft, and his fist descended like a hammer upon Lionel's head. Lionel sank forward under the blow, his senses swimming. Sakr-el-Bahr's arm swung up a second time.
"Thou dog!"
he roared, and then checked, perceiving that Lionel appeared to have swooned. He turned and bellowed for Vigitello and his mates in a voice that was hoarse with passion. Vigitello came at a run, a couple of his men at his heels.
"Unshackle me this carrion and heave it overboard,"
was the harsh order.
"Let that serve as an example to the others. Let them learn thus the price of mutiny in their lousy ranks. To it, I say!"
Away sped a man for hammer and chisel. He returned with them at once. 4 sharp metallic blows rang out, and Lionel was dragged forth from his place to the gangway deck. Here he revived and screamed for mercy as though he were to be drowned in earnest. Biskaine chuckled under the awning. Asad looked on approvingly. Rosamund drew back, shuddering, choking, and near to fainting from sheer horror. She saw Lionel borne struggling in the arms of the boatswain's men to the starboard quarter, and then flung over the side with no more compunction or care than had he been so much rubbish. She heard the final scream of terror with which he vanished, the splash of his fall, and then in the ensuing silence the laugh of Sakr-el-Bahr. For a spell she stood there with horror and loathing of that renegade corsair in her soul. Her mind was bewildered and confused. She sought to restore order in it, that she might consider this fresh deed of his, this act of wanton brutality and fratricide. And all that she could gather was the firm conviction that hitherto he had cheated her. He had lied when he swore that his aim was to effect her deliverance. It was not in such a nature to know a gentle mood of penitence or a wrong done. What might be his purpose she could not yet perceive, but that it was an evil one she never doubted, for no purpose of his could be aught but evil. So overwrought was she now that she forgot all Lionel's sins, and found her heart filled with compassion for him hurled in that brutal fashion to his death. And then, quite suddenly, a shout rang out from the forecastle.
"He is swimming!"
Sakr-el-Bahr had been prepared for the chance of this.
"Where? Where?"
he cried, and sprang to the bulwarks.
"Yonder!"
A man was pointing. Others had joined him and were peering through the gathering gloom at the moving object that was Lionel's head and the faintly visible swirl of water about it which indicated that he swam.
"Out to sea!" cried
Sakr-el-Bahr.
"He'll not swim far in any case, but we will shorten his road for him."
He snatched a crossbow from the rack about the mainmast, fitted a shaft to it, and took aim. On the point of loosing the bolt, he paused.
"Marzak,"
he called.
"Here, thou prince of marksmen, is a butt for thee."
From the poop deck whence with his father he too was watching the swimmer's head, which at every moment became more faint in the failing light, Marzak looked with cold disdain upon his challenger, making no reply. A titter ran through the crew.
"Come now,"
cried Sakr-el-Bahr.
"Take up thy bow." "If thou delay much longer,"
put in Asad,
"he will be beyond thy aim. Already he is scarcely visible." "The more difficult a butt, then,"
answered Sakr-el-Bahr, who was but delaying to gain time.
"The keener test. 100 Philips, Marzak, that thou'lt not hit me that head in 3 shots, and I'll sink him at the first. Wilt take the wager?"
"The unbeliever is forever peeping forth from thee," was Marzak's dignified reply.
"Games of chance are forbidden by the Prophet." "Make haste, man!"
cried Asad.
"Already I can scarce discern him. Loose thy quarrel."
"Pooh!" was the disdainful answer.
"A fair mark still for such an eye as mine. I never miss, not even in the dark." "Vain boaster," said Marzak. "Am I so?"
Sakr-el-Bahr loosed his shaft at last into the gloom, and peered after it, following its flight, which was wide of the direction of the swimmer's head.
"A hit!"
he cried brazenly.
"He's gone."
"I think I see him still," said one.
"Thine eyes deceive thee in this light. No man was ever known to swim with an arrow through his brain."
"Ay," put in Jasper, who stood behind Sakr-el-Bahr. "He has vanished."
"'Tis too dark to see,"
said Vigitello. And then Asad turned from the vessel's side.
"Well, well shot or drowned, he's gone,"
he said, and there the matter ended. Sakr-el-Bahr replaced the crossbow in the rack, and came slowly up to the poop. In the gloom he found himself confronted by Rosamund's white face between the two dusky countenances of his Nubians. She drew back before him as he approached, and he, intent upon imparting his news to her, followed her within the poop-house, and bade Abiad bring lights. When these had been kindled they faced each other, and he perceived her profound agitation and guessed the cause of it. Suddenly she broke into speech.
"You beast! You devil!" she panted. "God will punish you! I shall spend my every breath in praying him to punish you as you deserve! You murderer! You hound! And I, like a poor simpleton, was heeding your false words. I was believing you sincere in your repentance of the wrong you have done me. But now you have shown me—" "How have I hurt you in what I have done to Lionel?"
he cut in, a little amazed by so much vehemence.
"Hurt me!"
she cried, and the words grew cold and calm again with very scorn.
"I thank God it is beyond your power to hurt me. I thank you for correcting my foolish misconception of you, my belief in your pitiful pretense that it was your aim to save me. I would not accept salvation at your murderer's hands, though indeed I shall not be put to it. Rather," she pursued, a little wildly now in her deep mortification, "are you like to sacrifice me to your own vile ends, whatever they may be? But I shall thwart you, heaven helping me. Be sure I shall not want courage for that."
And with a shuddering moan she covered her face, and stood swaying there before him. He looked on with a faint, bitter smile, understanding her mood just as he understood her dark threat of thwarting him.
"I came," he said quietly, "to bring you the assurance that he has got safely away, and to tell you upon what manner of errand I have sent him."
Something compelling in his voice, the easy assurance with which he spoke, drew her to stare at him again.
"I mean Lionel, of course,"
he said, in answer to her questioning glance.
"That scene between us, the blow and the swoon and the rest of it, was all make-believe. So afterwards the shooting. My challenge to Marzak was a ruse to gain time, to avoid shooting until Lionel's head should have become so dimly visible in the dusk that none could say whether it was still there or not. My shaft went wide of him, as I intended. He is swimming round the head with my message to Sir John Killigrew. He was a strong swimmer in the old days, and should easily reach his goal. That is what I came to tell you."
For a long spell she continued to stare at him in silence.
"You are speaking the truth?"
she asked at last, in a small voice. He shrugged.
"You will have a difficulty in perceiving the object I might serve by falsehood."
She sat down suddenly upon the divan. It was almost as if she collapsed bereft of strength, and as suddenly she fell to weeping softly.
And I believed that you... "Just so,"
he grimly interrupted.
"You always did believe the best of me."
And on that he turned and went out abruptly. End of chapter 20. From Part 2 of The Sea Hawk. Read by Sandra in Wales, United Kingdom. August 2006.
Section 29 of The Sea Hawk. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Sea Hawk by Rafael Sabatini. Section 29, Chapter 21, from Part 2. Mori Turis. He departed from her presence with bitterness in his heart, leaving a profound contrition in her own. The sense of this, her last injustice to him, so overwhelmed her that it became the gauge by which she measured that other earlier wrong he had suffered at her hands. Perhaps her overwrought mind falsified the perspective, exaggerating it until it seemed to her that all the suffering and evil with which this chronicle has been concerned were the direct fruits of her own sin of unfaith. Since all sincere contrition must of necessity bring forth an ardent desire to atone, so was it now with her. Had he but refrained from departing so abruptly, he might have had her on her knees to him, suing for pardon for all the wrongs which her thoughts had done him, proclaiming her own utter unworthiness and baseness. But since his righteous resentment had driven him from her presence, she could but sit and brood upon it all, considering the words in which to frame her plea for forgiveness when next he should return. But the hours sped, and there was no sign of him. And then, almost with a shock of dread, came the thought that, ere long perhaps, Sir John Killigrew's ship would be upon them. In her distraught state of mind, she had scarcely pondered that contingency. Now that it occurred to her, all her concern was for the result of it to Sir Oliver. Would there be fighting, and would he perhaps perish in that conflict at the hands either of the English or of the corsairs, whom for her sake he had betrayed, perhaps without ever hearing her confession of penitence, without speaking those words of forgiveness of which her soul stood in such thirsty need? It would be towards midnight when, unable longer to bear the suspense of it, she rose and softly made her way to the entrance. Very quietly she lifted the curtain, and in the act of stepping forth almost stumbled over a body that lay across the threshold. She drew back with a startled gasp, then stooped to look, and by the faint rays of the lanterns on the mainmast and poop rail, she recognized Sir Oliver, and saw that he slept. She never heeded the two Nubians, immovable as statues, who kept guard. She continued to bend over him, and then gradually and very softly sank down on her knees beside him. There were tears in her eyes, tears wrung from her by a tender emotion of wonder and gratitude at so much fidelity. She did not know that he had slept thus last night, but it was enough for her to find him here now. It moved her oddly, profoundly, that this man whom she had ever mistrusted and misjudged should even, when he slept, make of his body a barrier for her greater security and protection. A sob escaped her, and at the sound, so lightly and vigilantly did he take his rest, he came instantly, if silently, to a sitting attitude, and so they looked into each other's eyes, his swarthy, bearded hawk face on a level with her white, gleaming countenance. "What is it?" he whispered. She drew back instantly, taken with sudden panic at that question. Then, recovering, and seeking, woman-like, to evade and dissemble the thing she was come to do, now that the chance of doing it was afforded her. "Do you think," she faltered, "that Lionel will have reached Sir John's ship?" He flashed a glance in the direction of the divan under the awning where the Basha slept. There all was still. Besides, the question had been asked in English. He rose and held out a hand to help her to her feet. Then he signed to her to re-enter the poop-house and followed her within. "Anxiety keeps you wakeful?" he said, half question, half assertion. "Indeed," she replied. "There is scarce the need," he assured her. "Sir John will not be like to stir until dead of night, that he may make sure of taking us unawares. I have little doubt that Lionel would reach him. It is none so long a swim. Indeed, once outside the cove, he could take to the land until he was abreast of the ship. Never doubt he will have done his errand." She sat down, her glance avoiding his, but the light falling on her face showed him the traces there of recent tears. "There will be fighting when Sir John arrives?" she asked him presently. "Like enough. But what can it avail? We shall be caught, as was said today, in just such a trap as that in which Andrea Doria caught Dragut at Jerba, saving that, whilst the wily Dragut found a way out for his galleys, here none is possible. Courage, then, for the hour of your deliverance is surely at hand." He paused, and then, in a softer voice, humbly almost, "It is my prayer," he added, "that hereafter, in a happy future, these last few weeks shall come to seem no more than an evil dream to you." To that prayer she offered no response. She sat bemused, her brow wrinkled. "I would it might be done without fighting," she said presently, and sighed wearily. "You need have no fear," he assured her. "I shall take all precautions for you. You shall remain here until all is over, and the entrance will be guarded by a few whom I can trust." "You mistake me," she replied, and looked up at him suddenly. "Do you suppose my fears are for myself?" She paused again, and then abruptly asked him, "What will befall you?" "I thank you for the thought," he replied gravely. "No doubt I shall meet with my deserts. Let it but come swiftly when it comes." "Ah, no, no," she cried. "Not that," and rose in her sudden agitation. "What else remains?" he asked, and smiled. "What better fate could anyone desire me?" "You shall live to return to England," she surprised him by exclaiming. "The truth must prevail, and justice be done you." He looked at her with so fierce and searching a gaze that she averted her eyes. Then he laughed shortly. "There's but one form of justice I can look for in England," said he. "It is a justice administered in hemp. Believe me, mistress, I am grown too notorious for mercy. Best end it here tonight. Besides," he added, and his mockery fell from him, his tone became gloomy, "bethink you of my present act of treachery to these men of mine, who, whatever they may be, have followed me into a score of perils, and but today have shown their love and loyalty to me to be greater than their devotion to the Basha himself. I shall have delivered them to the sword. Could I survive with honour, they may be but poor heathens to you, and yours, but to me they are my sea-hawks, my warriors, my faithful, gallant followers, and I were a dog indeed did I survive the death to which I have doomed them." As she listened and gathered from his words the apprehension of a thing that had hitherto escaped her, her eyes grew wide in sudden horror. "Is that to be the cost of my deliverance?" she asked him fearfully. "I trust not," he replied. "I have something in mind that will perhaps avoid it." "And save your own life as well?" she asked him quickly. "Why waste a thought upon so poor a thing? My life was forfeit already. If I go back to Algiers, they will assuredly hang me. Asad will see to it, and not all my sea-hawks could save me from my fate." She sank down again upon the divan, and sat there rocking her arms in a gesture of hopeless distress. "I see," she said. "I see. I'm bringing this fate upon you. When you sent Lionel upon that errand, you voluntarily offered up your life to restore me to my own people. You had no right to do this without first consulting me. You had no right to suppose I would be a party to such a thing. I will not accept the sacrifice. I will not, Sir Oliver." "Indeed, you have no choice, thank God," he answered her. "But you are astray in your conclusions. It is I alone who have brought this fate upon myself. It is the very proper fruit of my insensate deed. It recoils upon me as all evil must upon him that does it." He shrugged his shoulders as if to dismiss the matter. Then, in a changed voice, a voice singularly timid, soft, and gentle, "It were perhaps too much to ask," said he, "that you should forgive me all the suffering I have brought you." "I think," she answered him, "that it is for me to beg forgiveness of you." "Of me?" "For my unfaith, which has been the source of all. For my readiness to believe evil of you 5 years ago. For having burnt unread your letter and the proof of your innocence that accompanied it." He smiled upon her very kindly. "I think you said your instinct guided you. Even though I had not done the thing imputed to me, your instinct knew me for evil, and your instinct was right, for evil I am. I must be. These are your own words. But do not think that I mock you with them. I have come to recognize their truth." She stretched out her hands to him. If I were to say that I have come to realize the falsehood of all that, I should understand it to be the charity which your pitiful heart extends to one in my extremity. Your instinct was not at fault." "It was! It was!" But he was not to be driven out of his conviction. He shook his head, his countenance gloomy. "No man who was not evil could have done by you what I have done, however deep the provocation. I perceive it clearly now, as men in their last hour perceive hidden things." "Oh, why are you so set on death?" she cried, upon a despairing note. "I am not," he answered with a swift resumption of his more habitual manner. "'Tis death that is so set on me. But at least I meet it without fear or regret. I face it as we must all face the inevitable, the gifts from the hands of destiny. And I am heartened and gladdened almost by your sweet forgiveness." She rose suddenly and came to him. She caught his arm, and standing very close to him, looked up now into his face. "We have need to forgive each other, you and I, Oliver," she said. "And since forgiveness effaces all, let all that has stood between us these 5 years be now effaced." He caught his breath as he looked down into her white, straining face. "Is it impossible for us to go back 5 years? Is it impossible for us to go back to where we stood in those old days at Godolphin Court?" The light that had suddenly been kindled in his face faded slowly, leaving it grey and drawn. His eyes grew clouded with sorrow and despair. "Who has erred must abide by his error, and so must the generations that come after him. There is no going back, ever. The gates of the past are tight barred against us." "Then let us leave them so. Let us turn our backs upon that past, you and I, and let us set out afresh together, and so make amends to each other for what our folly has lost to us in those years." He set his hands upon her shoulders, and held her so at arm's length from him, considering her with very tender eyes. "Sweet lady," he murmured and sighed heavily. "God, how happy might we not have been but for that evil chance!" He checked abruptly. His hands fell from her shoulders to his sides. He half turned away, brusque now in tone and manner. "I grow maudlin. Your sweet pity has so softened me that I had almost spoke of love, and what have I to do with that? Love belongs to life. Love is life. Whilst I, moriturus te salutat." "Ah, no, no!" She was clinging to him again with shaking hands, her eyes wild. "It is too late," he answered her. "There is no bridge can span the pit I have dug myself. I must go down into it as cheerfully as God will let me." "Then," she cried in sudden exaltation, "I will go down with you. At the last, at least, we shall be together." "Now, here is midsummer frenzy," he protested, yet there was a tenderness in the very impatience of his accents. He stroked the golden head that lay against his shoulder. "How shall that help me?" he asked her. "Would you embitter my last hour, rob death of all its glory? Nay, Rosamund, you can serve me better far by living. Return to England, and publish there the truth of what you have learnt. Be yours the task of clearing my honour of this stain upon it, proclaiming the truth of what drove me to the infamy of becoming a renegade and a corsair." He started from her. "Hark! What's that?" From without had come a sudden cry. "Afoot! To arms! To arms! Ho! Balk! Balk!" "It is the hour," he said, and turning from her suddenly sprang to the entrance and plucked aside the curtain. End of Section 29. Read by Dennis Sayers for LibriVox in Modesto, California. Fall 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Sea Hawk by Rafael Sabatini. Part 2, Chapter 22. The Surrender. Up the gangway between the lines of slumbering slaves came a quick patter of feet. Ali, who since sunset had been replacing Larocque on the heights, sprang suddenly upon the poop, still shouting. "Captain! Captain! My lord! Afoot! Up, or we are taken!" Throughout the vessel's length came the rustle and stir of waking men. A voice clamoured somewhere on the forecastle. Then the flap of the awning was suddenly whisked aside, and Asad himself appeared with Marzak at his elbow. From the starboard side as suddenly came Biskaine and Othmani, and from the waist Vigitello, Jasper, that latest renegade, and a group of alarmed corsairs. "What now?" quoth the Basha. Ali delivered his message breathlessly. "The galleon has weighed anchor. She's moving out of the bay." Asad clutched his beard and scowled. "Now what may that portend? Can knowledge of our presence have reached them? Why else should she move from her anchorage thus in the dead of night?" said Biskaine. "Why else indeed?" returned Asad, and then he swung upon Oliver standing there in the entrance of the poop-house. "What sayest thou, Sakr-el-Bahr?" he appealed to him. Sakr-el-Bahr stepped forward, shrugging. "What is there to say? What is there to do?" he asked. "We can but wait. If our presence is known to them we are finely trapped, and there's an end to all of us this night." His voice was cool as ice, contemptuous almost, and whilst it struck anxiety into more than one, it awoke terror in Marzak. "May thy bones rot, thou ill-omened prophet!" he screamed, and would have added more but that Sakr-el-Bahr silenced him. "What is written, said he in a voice of thunder and reproof. "Indeed, indeed," Asad agreed, grasping at the fatalist's consolation. "If we are ripe for the gardener's hand, the gardener will pluck us." Less fatalistic and more practical was the counsel of Biskaine. "It were well to act upon the assumption that we are indeed discovered, and make for the open sea while yet there may be time." "But that were to make certain what is still doubtful," broke in Marzak, fearful ever. "It were to run to meet the danger." "Not so!" cried Asad in a loud, confident voice. "The praise to Allah who sent us this calm night. There is scarce a breath of wind. We can row 10 leagues while they are sailing 1." A murmur of quick approval sped through the ranks of officers and men. "Let us but wean safely from this cove and they will never overtake us," announced Biskaine. "But their guns may," Sakr-el-Bahr quietly reminded them to damp their confidence. His own alert mind had already foreseen this one chance of escaping from the trap, but he had hoped that it would not be quite so obvious to the others. "That risk we must take," replied Asad. "We must trust to the night. To linger here is to await certain destruction." He swung briskly about to issue his orders. "Ali, summon the steersman. Hasten. Vigitello, set your whips about the slaves, and rouse them." Then, as the shrill whistle of the boatswain rang out and the whips of his mates went hissing and cracking about the shoulders of the already half-awakened slaves, to mingle with all the rest of the stir and bustle aboard the galeasse, the Basha turned once more to Biskaine. "Up thou to the prow," he commanded, "and marshal the men. Bid them stand to their arms lest it should come to boarding. Go!" Biskaine salaamed and sprang down the companion. Above the rumbling din and scurrying toil of preparation rang Asad's voice. "Crossbowmen, aloft! Gunners to the carronades! Kindle your linstocks! Put out all lights!" An instant later the cressets on the poop rail were extinguished, as was the lantern swinging from the rail, and even the lamp in the poop house, which was invaded by one of the Basha's officers for that purpose. The lantern hanging from the mast alone was spared against emergencies, but it was taken down, placed upon the deck, and muffled. Thus was the galeasse plunged into a darkness that for some moments was black and impenetrable as velvet. Then slowly, as the eyes became accustomed to it, this gloom was gradually relieved. Once more men and objects began to take shape in the faint, steely radiance of the summer night. After the excitement of that first stir the corsairs went about their tasks with amazing calm and silence. None thought now of reproaching the Basha or Sakr-el-Bahr with having delayed until the moment of peril to take the course which all of them had demanded should be taken when first they heard of the neighbourhood of that hostile ship. In lines 3 deep they stood ranged along the ample fighting platform of the prow. In the foremost line were the archers, behind them stood the swordsmen, their weapons gleaming lividly in the darkness. They crowded to the bulwarks of the waist deck and swarmed upon the ratlines of the mainmast. On the poop 3 gunners stood to each of the 2 small cannon, their faces showing faintly ruddy in the glow of the ignited match. Asad stood at the head of the companion, issuing his sharp, brief commands, and Sakr-el-Bahr, behind him, leaning against the timbers of the poop-house with Rosamund at his side, observed that the Basha had studiously avoided entrusting any of this work of preparation to himself. The steersmen climbed to their niches, and the huge steering oars creaked as they were swung out. Came a short word of command from Asad and a stir ran through the ranks of the slaves, as they threw forward their weight to bring the oars to the level. Thus a moment, then a second word, the premonitory crack of a whip in the darkness of the gangway, and the tom-tom began to beat the time. The slaves heaved, and with a creak and splash of oars the great galeasse skimmed forward towards the mouth of the cove. Up and down the gangway ran the boatswain's mates, cutting fiercely with their whips to urge the slaves to the very utmost effort. The vessel gathered speed. The looming headland slipped by. The mouth of the cove appeared to widen as they approached it. Beyond spread the dark, steely mirror of the dead calm sea. Rosamund could scarcely breathe in the intensity of her suspense. She set a hand upon the arm of Sakr-el-Bahr.
"Shall we elude them after all?"
she asked in a trembling whisper.
"I pray that we may not,"
he answered, muttering.
"But this is the handiwork I feared. Look!"
he added sharply, and pointed. They had shot clear to the headland. They were out of the cove, and suddenly they had a view of the dark bulk of the galleon, studded with a score of points of light, riding a cable's length away on their larboard quarter.
"Faster!"
cried the voice of Asad.
"Row for your lives, you infidel swine! Lay me your whips upon these hides of theirs! Bend me these dogs to their oars, and they'll never overtake us now!"
Whips sang and thudded below them in the waist, to be answered by more than one groan from the tormented panting slaves, who already were spending every ounce of strength in this cruel effort to elude their own chance of salvation and release. Faster beat the tom-tom marking the desperate time, and faster in response to it came the creak and dip of oars and the panting stertorous breath of the rowers.
"Lay on! Lay on!"
cried Asad, inexorable. Let them burst their lungs, they were but infidel lungs, so that for an hour they but maintained the present pace.
"We are drawing away!"
cried Marzak in jubilation.
"The praise to Allah!"
And so they were indeed. Visibly the lights of the galleon were receding. With every inch of canvas spread she appeared to be standing still, so faint was the breeze that stirred. And whilst she crawled, the galeasse raced as never yet she had raced since Sakr-el-Bahr had commanded her. For Sakr-el-Bahr had never yet turned tail upon the foe in whatever strength he found him. Suddenly over the water from the galleon came a loud hail. Asad laughed, and in the darkness shook his fist at them, cursing them in the name of Allah and his Prophet. And then, in answer to that curse of his, the galleon's side belched fire. The calm of the night was broken by a roar of thunder, and something smote the water ahead of the Muslim vessel with a resounding, thudding splash. In fear Rosamund drew closer to Sakr-el-Bahr, but Asad laughed again.
"No need to fear their marksmanship," he cried. "They cannot see us. Their own lights dazzled them. On! On! He's right, said Sakr-el-Bahr. But the truth is they will not fire to sink us because they know you to be aboard.
She looked out to sea again, and beheld those friendly lights falling farther and farther astern. "We are drawing steadily away," she groaned. "They will never overtake us now." So feared Sakr-el-Bahr. He more than feared it. He knew that save for some miraculous rising of the wind it must be as she said. And then out of his despair leapt inspiration. A desperate inspiration, true child of that despair of which it was begotten.
"There is a chance," he said to her. "But it is as a throw of the dice with life and death for stakes."
"Then seize it," she bade him instantly. "For though it should go against us, we shall not be losers."
"You are prepared for anything?" he asked her.
"Have I not said that I will go down with you this night? Ah, don't waste time in words."
"Be it so, then,"
he replied gravely, and moved away a step, then checked.
"You had best come with me," he said.
Obediently she complied and followed him, and some there were who stared as these two passed down the gangway, yet none attempted to hinder her movements. Enough and to spare was there already to engage the thoughts of all aboard that vessel. He thrust a way for her, past the boatswain's mates who stood over the slaves ferociously plying tongues and whips, and so brought her to the waist. Here he took up the lantern which had been muffled, and as its light once more streamed forth, Asad shouted an order for its extinction. But Sakr-el-Bahr took no least heed of that command. He stepped to the mainmast, about which the powder kegs had been stacked. One of these had been broached against its being needed by the gunners on the poop. The unfastened lid rested loosely atop of it. That lid Sakr-el-Bahr knocked over. Then he pulled one of the horn sides out of the lantern and held the now half-naked flame immediately above the powder. A cry of alarm went up from some who had watched him, but above that cry rang his sharp command.
"Cease rowing!"
The tom-tom fell instantly silent, but the slaves took yet another stroke.
"Cease rowing!"
he commanded again.
"Asad!"
he called.
"Bid them pause, or I'll blow you all straight into the arms of Shaitan."
And he lowered the lantern until it rested on the very rim of the powder keg. At once the rowing ceased. Slaves, corsairs, officers, and Asad himself stood paralyzed, all at gaze upon that grim figure illumined by the lantern, threatening them with doom. It may have crossed the minds of some to throw themselves forthwith upon him, but to arrest them was the dread lest any movement towards him should precipitate the explosion that must blow them all into the next world. At last Asad addressed him, his voice half choked with rage.
"May Allah strike thee dead! Art thou jinn-possessed?"
Marzak, standing at his father's side, set a quarrel to the bow which he had snatched up. "Why do you all stand and stare?" he cried. "Cut him down, one of you!" And even as he spoke he raised his bow. But his father checked him, perceiving what must be the inevitable result.
"If any man takes a step towards me, the lantern goes straight into the gunpowder," said Sakr-el-Bahr serenely. "And if you shoot me as you intend, Marzak, or if any other shoots, the same will happen of itself. Be warned unless you thirst for the paradise of the Prophet." "Sakr-el-Bahr!" cried Asad, and from its erstwhile anger his voice had now changed to a note of intercession. He stretched out his arms appealingly to the captain whose doom he had already pronounced in his heart and mind. "Sakr-el-Bahr, I conjure thee by the bread and salt we have eaten together, return to thy senses, my son." "I am in my sense," was the answer. "And being so I have no mind for the fate reserved me in Algiers. By the memory of that same bread and salt, I have no mind to go back with thee to be hanged or sent to toil at an oar again." "And if I swear to thee that naught of this shall come to pass?" "Thou'lt be forsworn. I would not trust thee now, Asad, for thou art proven a fool, and in all my life I never found good in a fool and never trusted one, save once, and he betrayed me. Yesterday I pleaded with thee, showing thee the wise course, and affording thee thine opportunity. At a slight sacrifice thou mightest have had me and hanged me at thy leisure. 'Twas my own life I offered thee, and for all that thou knewest it, yet thou knewest not that I knew. Ha ha ha!" He laughed. "See now what manner of fool art thou. Thy greed hath wrought thy ruin. Thy hands were opened to grasp more than they could hold. See now the consequence. It comes yonder in that slowly but surely approaching galleon."
Every word of it sank into the brain of Asad thus tardily to enlighten him. He wrung his hands in his blended fury and despair. The crew stood in appalled silence, daring to make no movement that might precipitate their end.
"Name thine own price," cried the Basha at length, "and I swear to thee by the beard of the Prophet it shall be paid thee." "I named it yesterday, but it was refused. I offered thee my liberty and my life if that were needed to gain the liberty of another."
Had he looked behind him he might have seen the sudden lighting of Rosamund's eyes, the sudden clutch at her bosom, which would announce to him that his utterances were none so cryptic but that she had understood them.
"I will make thee rich and honoured, Sakr-el-Bahr," Asad continued urgently. "Thou shalt be as my own son. The bashalik itself shall be thine when I lay it down, and all men shall do thee honour in the meanwhile as to myself. I am not to be bought, O mighty Asad. I never was. Already wert thou set upon my death. Thou canst command it now, but only upon the condition that thou share the cup with me. What is written is written. We have sunk some tall ships together in our day, Asad. We'll sink together in our turn tonight, if that be thy desire." "May thou burn for evermore in hell, thou black-hearted traitor!"
Asad cursed him, his anger bursting all the bonds he had imposed upon it. And then, of a sudden, upon that admission of defeat from their Basha, there arose a great clamour from the crew. Sakr-el-Bahr's sea hawks called upon him, reminding him of their fidelity and love, and asking could he repay it now by dooming them all thus to destruction.
"Have faith in me," he answered them. "I have never led you into aught but victory. Be sure that I shall not lead you now into defeat, on this the last occasion that we stand together." "But the galleon is upon us!"
cried Vigitello, and so indeed it was. Creeping up slowly under that faint breeze, her tall bulk loomed now above them, her prow ploughing slowly forward at an acute angle to the prow of the galeasse. Another moment and she was alongside, and with a swing and clank and a yell of victory from the English seamen lining her bulwarks her grappling irons swung down to seize the corsair ship at prow and stern and waist. Scarce had they fastened than a torrent of men in breastplates and morions poured over her side to alight upon the prow of the galeasse, and not even the fear of the lantern held above the powder barrel could now restrain the corsairs from giving these hardy boarders the reception they reserved for all infidels. In an instant the fighting platform on the prow was become a raging, seething hell of battle luridly illumined by the ruddy glow from the lights aboard the Silver Heron. Foremost among those who had leapt down had been Lionel and Sir John Killigrew. Foremost among those to receive them had been Jasper Leigh, who had passed his sword through Lionel's body even as Lionel's feet came to rest upon the deck and before the battle was joined. A dozen others went down on either side before Sakr-el-Bahr's ringing voice could quell the fighting, before his command to them to hear him was obeyed.
"Hold there!"
he had bellowed to his sea hawks, using the lingua franca.
"Back, and leave this to me. I will rid you of these foes."
Then in English he had summoned his countrymen also to desist.
"Sir John Killigrew," he called out in a loud voice, "hold your hand until you have heard me. Call your men back and let none others come aboard. Hold until you have heard me, I say, then wreak your will."
Sir John, perceiving him by the mainmast with Rosamund at his side, and leaping at the most inevitable conclusion that he meant to threaten her life, perhaps to destroy her if they continued their advance, flung himself before his men to check them. Thus, almost as suddenly as it had been joined, the combat paused.
"What have you to say, you renegade dog?" Sir John demanded. "This, Sir John, that unless you order your men back aboard your ship, and make oath to desist from this encounter, I'll take you straight down to hell with us at once. I'll heave this lantern into the powder here, and we sink and you come down with us held by your own grappling hooks. Obey me and you shall have all that you have come to seek aboard this vessel. Mistress Rosamund shall be delivered up to you."
Sir John glowered upon him a moment from the poop, considering. Then, "Though not prepared to make terms with you," he announced, "yet I will accept the conditions you impose, but only provided that I have all indeed that I am come to seek. There is aboard this galley an infamous renegade hound whom I am bound by my knightly oath to take and hang. He, too, must be delivered up to me. His name was Oliver Tressilian." Instantly, unhesitatingly, came the answer. "Him, too, will I surrender to you upon your sworn oath that you will then depart and do here no further hurt." Rosamund caught her breath, and clutched Sakr-el-Bahr's arm, the arm that held the lantern.
"Have a care, mistress,"
he bade her sharply,
"or you will destroy us all."
"Better that," she answered him. And then Sir John pledged him his word that upon his own surrender and that of Rosamund he would withdraw nor offer hurt to any there. Sakr-el-Bahr turned to his waiting corsairs, and briefly told them what terms he had made. He called upon Asad to pledge his word that these terms would be respected, and no blood shed on his behalf, and Asad answered him, voicing the anger of all against him for his betrayal.
"Since he wants thee that he may hang thee, he may have thee and so spare us the trouble, for 'tis no less than thy treachery deserves from us. Thus, then, I surrender," he announced to Sir John, and flung the lantern overboard.
One voice only was raised in his defence, and that voice was Rosamund's. But even that voice failed, conquered by weary nature. This last blow following upon all that lately she had endured bereft her of all strength. Half swooning she collapsed against Sakr-el-Bahr even as Sir John and a handful of his followers leapt down to deliver her and make fast their prisoner. The corsairs stood looking on in silence. The loyalty to their great captain, which would have made them spend their last drop of blood in his defence, was quenched by his own act of treachery which had brought the English ship upon them. Yet when they saw him pinioned and hoisted to the deck of the Silver Heron, there was a sudden momentary reaction in their ranks. Scimitars were waved aloft, and cries of menace burst forth. If he had betrayed them, yet he had so contrived that they should not suffer by that betrayal. And that was worthy of the Sakr-el-Bahr they knew and loved, so worthy that their love and loyalty leapt full-armed again upon the instant. But the voice of Asad called upon them to bear in mind what in their name he had promised, and since the voice of Asad alone might not have sufficed to quell that sudden spark of revolt, there came down to them the voice of Sakr-el-Bahr himself issuing his last command.
"Remember and respect the terms I have made for you. Mektub, may Allah guard and prosper you."
A wail was his reply, and with that wail ringing in his ears to assure him that he did not pass unloved, he was hurried below to prepare him for his end. The ropes of the grapnels were cut, and slowly the galleon passed away into the night, leaving the galley to replace what slaves had been maimed in the encounter and to head back for Algiers, abandoning the expedition against the argosy of Spain. Under the awning upon the poop Asad now sat like a man who has awakened from an evil dream. He covered his head and wept for one who had been as a son to him, and whom through his madness he had lost. He cursed all women, and he cursed destiny, but the bitterest curse of all was for himself. In the pale dawn they flung the dead overboard and washed the decks. Nor did they notice that a man was missing in token that the English captain, or else his followers, had not kept strictly to the letter of the bond. They returned in mourning to Algiers, mourning not for the Spanish argosy which had been allowed to go her way unmolested, but for the stoutest captain that ever bared his scimitar in the service of Islam. The story of how he came to be delivered up was never clearly told. None dared clearly tell it, for none who had participated in the deed but took shame in it thereafter, however clear it might be that Sakr-el-Bahr had brought it all upon himself. But at least it was understood that he had not fallen in battle, and hence it was assumed that he was still alive. Upon that presumption there was built up a sort of legend that he would one day come back, and redeemed captives returning a half-century later related how in Algiers to that day the coming of Sakr-el-Bahr was still confidently expected and looked for by all true Muslimeen. End of chapter 22. From Part 2 of The Sea Hawk. Read by Sandra in Wales, United Kingdom. August 2006.
Section 31 of The Sea Hawk. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Sea Hawk by Rafael Sabatini. Section 31, Chapter 13 from Part 2. The Heathen Creed. Sakr-el-Bahr was shut up in a black hole in the forecastle of the Silver Heron to await the dawn and to spend the time in making his soul. No words had passed between him and Sir John since his surrender. With wrists pinioned behind him, he had been hoisted aboard the English ship, and in the waist of her he had stood for a moment face to face with an old acquaintance, our chronicler, Lord Henry Goade. I imagine the florid countenance of the Queen's lieutenant, wearing a preternaturally grave expression, his eyes forbidding as they rested upon the renegade. I know, from Lord Henry's own pen, that no word had passed between them during those brief moments before Sakr-el-Bahr was hurried away by his guards to be flung into those dark, cramped quarters, reeking of tar and bilge. For a long hour he lay where he had fallen, believing himself alone, and time and place would no doubt conduce to philosophical reflection upon his condition. I like to think that he found that when all was considered, he had little with which to reproach himself. If he had done evil, he had made ample amends. It can scarcely be pretended that he had betrayed those loyal Muslimeen followers of his, or, if it is, at least it must be added that he himself had paid the price of that betrayal. Rosamund was safe, Lionel would meet the justice due to him, and as for himself, being as good as dead already, he was worth little thought. He must have derived some measure of content from the reflection that he was spending his life to the very best advantage. Ruined it had been long since. True, but for his ill-starred expedition of vengeance, he might long have continued to wage war as a corsair, might even have risen to the proud Moslem eminence of the Bashalik of Algiers, and become a feudatory prince of the Grand Turk. But for one who was born a Christian gentleman, that would have been an unworthy way to have ended his days. The present was the better course. A faint rustle in the impenetrable blackness of his prison turned the current of his thoughts. A rat, he thought, and threw himself to a sitting attitude, and beat his slippered heels upon the ground to drive away the loathly creature. Instead, a voice challenged him out of the gloom. "Who's there?" It startled him for a moment in his complete assurance that he had been alone. "Who's there?" the voice repeated, querulously, to add, "What black hell be this? Where am I?" And now he recognized the voice for Jasper Leigh's, and marvelled how that latest of his recruits to the ranks of Mohammed should be sharing this prison with him. "Faith," said he, "you're in the forecastle of the Silver Heron, though how you come here is more than I can answer." "Who are ye?" the voice asked. "I have been known in Barbary as Sakr-el-Bahr." "Sir Oliver." "I suppose that is what they will call me now. It is well, perhaps, that I am to be buried at sea, else it might plague these Christian gentlemen what legend to inscribe upon my headstone. But you, how come you hither? My bargain with Sir John was that none should be molested, and I cannot think Sir John would be forsworn." "As to that, I know nothing, since I did not even know where I was bestowed until ye informed me. I was knocked senseless in the fight after I had put my bilbo through your comely brother. That is the sum of my knowledge." Sir Oliver caught his breath. "What do you say? You killed Lionel?" "I believe so," was the cool answer. "At least I sent a couple of feet of steel through him. 'Twas in the press of the fight when first the English dropped aboard the galley. Master Lionel was in the van, the last place in which I should have looked to see him." There fell a long silence. At length Sir Oliver spoke in a small voice. "Not a doubt but you gave him no more than he was seeking. You are right, Master Leigh. The van was the last place in which to look for him, unless he came deliberately to seek steel, that he might escape a rope. Best so, no doubt. Best so, God rest him." "Do you believe in God?" asked the sinful skipper, on an anxious note. "No doubt they took you because of that," Sir Oliver pursued, as if communing with himself. "Being in ignorance, perhaps, of his deserts, deeming him a saint and martyr, they resolved to avenge him upon you, and dragged you hither for that purpose." He sighed. "Well, well, Master Leigh, I make no doubt that, knowing yourself for a rascal, you have all your life been preparing your neck for a noose, so this will come as no surprise to you." The skipper stirred uneasily and groaned. "Lord, how my head aches!" he complained. "They've a sure remedy for that," Sir Oliver comforted him, "and you'll swing in better company than you deserve, for I am to be hanged in the morning too. You've earned it as fully as I have, Master Leigh. Yet I am sorry for you, sorry you should suffer where I had not so intended." Master Leigh sucked in a shuddering breath, and was silent for a while. Then he repeated an earlier question. "Do you believe in God, Sir Oliver?" "There is no God but God, and Mohammed is his prophet," was the answer, and from his tone Master Leigh could not be sure that he did not mock. "That's a heathen creed," said he in fear and loathing. "Nay now, it's a creed by which men live. They perform as they preach, which is more than can be said of any Christians I have ever met." "How can you talk so upon the eve of death?" cried Leigh in protest. "Faith," said Sir Oliver, "it is considered the season of truth above all others." "Then you don't believe in God?" "On the contrary, I do." "But not in the real God," the skipper insisted. "There can be no God but the real God. It matters little what men call him." "Then, if ye believe, are ye not afraid?" "Of what?" "Of hell, damnation, and eternal fire," roared the captain, voicing his own belated terrors. "I have but fulfilled the destiny which in his omniscience he marked out for me," replied Sir Oliver. "My life hath been as he designed it, since naught may exist or happen save by his will. Shall I then fear damnation for having been as God fashioned me?" "'Tis the heathen Muslim creed," Master Leigh protested. "'Tis a comforting one," said Sir Oliver, "and it should comfort such a sinner as thou." But Master Leigh refused to be comforted. "Oh," he groaned miserably, "I would that I did not believe in God." "Your disbelief could no more abolish him than can your fear create him," replied Sir Oliver. "But your mood being what it is, were it not best you prayed?" "Will not you pray with me?" quoth that rascal in his sudden fear of the hereafter. "I shall do better," said Oliver at last. "I shall pray for you, to Sir John Killigrew, that your life be spared." "Sure he'll never heed you," said Master Leigh, with a catch in his breath. "He shall. His honour is concerned in it. The terms of my surrender were that none else aboard the galley should suffer any hurt. But I killed Master Lionel." "True, but that was in the scrimmage that preceded my making terms. Sir John pledged me his word, and Sir John will keep to it when I have made it clear to him that honour demands it." A great burden was lifted from the skipper's mind, that great shadow of the fear of death that had overhung him. With it, it is greatly to be feared that his desperate penitence also departed. At least, he talked no more of damnation, nor took any further thought of Sir Oliver's opinions and beliefs concerning the hereafter. He may rightly have supposed that Sir Oliver's creed was Sir Oliver's affair, and that should it happen to be wrong, he was scarcely himself a qualified person to correct it. As for himself, the making of his soul could wait until another day, when the necessity for it should be more imminent. Upon that he lay down and attempted to compose himself to sleep, though the pain in his head proved a difficulty. Finding slumber impossible, after a while, he would have talked again, but by that time his companion's regular breathing warned him that Sir Oliver had fallen asleep during the silence. Now this surprised and shocked the skipper. He was utterly at a loss to understand how one who had lived Sir Oliver's life, been a renegade and a heathen, should be able to sleep tranquilly in the knowledge that at dawn he was to hang. His belated Christian zeal prompted him to rouse the sleeper, and to urge him to spend the little time that yet remained him in making his peace with God. Humane compassion suggested to him, on the other hand, that he had best leave him in the peace of that oblivion. Considering matters, he was profoundly touched to reflect that in such a season Sir Oliver could have found room in his mind to think of him and his fate, and to undertake to contrive that he should be saved from the rope. He was the more touched when he bethought him of the extent to which he had himself been responsible for all that had happened to Sir Oliver. Out of the consideration of heroism, a certain heroism came to be begotten in him, and he fell to pondering how in his turn he might perhaps serve Sir Oliver by a frank confession of all that he knew of the influences that had gone to make Sir Oliver what he was. This resolve uplifted him, and oddly enough, it uplifted him all the more when he reflected that perhaps he would be jeopardizing his own neck by the confession upon which he had determined. So through that endless night he sat, nursing his aching head, and enheartened by the first purpose he had ever conceived of a truly good and altruistic deed. Yet fate, it seemed, was bent upon frustrating that purpose of his, for when at dawn they came to hale Sir Oliver to his doom, they paid no heed to Jasper Leigh's demands that he too should be taken before Sir John. "Thee bean't included in our orders," said a seaman shortly. "Maybe not," retorted Master Leigh, "because Sir John knows little what it is in my power to tell him. Take me before him, I say, that he may hear from me the truth of certain matters ere it be too late." "Be still," the seaman bade him, and struck him heavily across the face, so that he reeled and collapsed into a corner. "Thee turn will come soon. Just now our business be with this other heathen." "Naught that you can say would avail," Sir Oliver assured him quietly, "but I thank you for the thought that marks you for my friend. My hands are bound, Jasper. Were it otherwise, I would beg leave to clasp your own. Fare you well." Sir Oliver was led out into the golden sunlight, which almost blinded him after his long confinement in that dark hole. They were, he gathered, to conduct him to the cabin where a short mockery of a trial was to be held. But in the waist their progress was arrested by an officer, who bade them wait. Sir Oliver sat down upon a coil of rope, his guard about him, an object of curious inspection to the rude seamen. They thronged to the forecastle and the hatchways to stare at this formidable corsair, who once had been a Cornish gentleman, and who had become a renegade Muslim and a terror to Christianity. Truth to tell, the sometime Cornish gentleman was difficult to discern in him, as he sat there still wearing the caftan of cloth of silver over his white tunic, and a turban of the same material swathed about his steel headpiece that ended in a spike. Idly he swung his brown sinewy legs, naked from knee to ankle, with the inscrutable calm of the fatalist upon his swarthy, hawk face, with its light agate eyes and black forked beard, and those callous seamen who had assembled there to jeer and mock him were stricken silent by the intrepidity and stoicism of his bearing in the face of death. If the delay chafed him, he gave no outward sign of it. If his hard light eyes glanced hither and thither, it was upon no idle quest. He was seeking Rosamund, hoping for a last sight of her before they launched him upon his last dread voyage. But Rosamund was not to be seen. She was in the cabin at the time. She had been there for this hour past, and it was to her that the present delay was due. End of section 31. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox. Fall 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Sea Hawk by Rafael Sabatini. Part 2, Chapter 24. The Judges. In the absence of any woman into whose care they might entrust her, Lord Henry, Sir John and Master Tobias, the ship's surgeon, had amongst them tended Rosamund as best they could when numbed and half-dazed she was brought aboard the Silver Heron. Master Tobias had applied such rude restoratives as he commanded, and having made her as comfortable as possible upon a couch in the spacious cabin astern, he had suggested that she should be allowed the rest of which she appeared so sorely to stand in need. He had ushered out the commander and the Queen's lieutenant, and himself had gone below to a still more urgent case that was demanding his attention, that of Lionel Tressilian, who had been brought limp and unconscious from the galeasse together with some 4 other wounded members of the Silver Heron's crew. At dawn Sir John had come below, seeking news of his wounded friend. He found the surgeon kneeling over Lionel. As he entered, Master Tobias turned aside, rinsed his hands in a metal basin placed upon the floor, and rose, wiping them on a napkin.
"I can do no more, Sir John,"
he muttered in a desponding voice.
"He is sped."
"Dead, do you mean?" cried Sir John, a catch in his voice. The surgeon tossed aside the napkin, and slowly drew down the upturned sleeves of his black doublet.
"All but dead,"
he answered. "The wonder is that any spark of life should still linger in a body with that hole in it. He is bleeding inwardly, and his pulse is steadily weakening. It must continue so until imperceptibly he passes away. You may count him dead already, Sir John." He paused. "A merciful, painless end," he added, and sighed perfunctorily, his pale shaven face decently grave, for all that such scenes as these were commonplaces in his life. "Of the other 4," he continued, "Blair is dead. The other 3 should all recover." But Sir John gave little heed to the matter of those others. His grief and dismay at this quenching of all hope for his friend precluded any other consideration at the moment. "And he will not even recover consciousness?" he asked, insisting, although already he had been answered. "As I have said, you may count him dead already, Sir John. My skill can do nothing for him." Sir John's head drooped, his countenance drawn and grave. "Nor can my justice," he added gloomily. "Though it avenge him, it cannot give me back my friend." He looked at the surgeon. "Vengeance, sir, is the hollowest of all the mockeries that go to make up life." "Your task, Sir John," replied the surgeon, "is one of justice, not vengeance." "A quibble when all is said." He stepped to Lionel's side and looked down at the pale, handsome face over which the dark shadows of death were already creeping. "If he would but speak in the interests of this justice that is to do, if we might but have the evidence of his own words, lest I should ever be asked to justify the hanging of Oliver Tressilian." "Surely, sir," the surgeon ventured, "there can be no such question ever. Mistress Rosamund's word alone should suffice, if indeed so much as that even were required." "Ay, his offences against God and man are too notorious to leave grounds upon which any should ever question my right to deal with him out of hand." There was a tap at the door and Sir John's own body servant entered with the announcement that Mistress Rosamund was asking urgently to see him. "She will be impatient for news of him," Sir John concluded, and he groaned. "Ah, my God, how am I to tell her? To crush her in the very hour of her deliverance with such news as this! Was ever irony so cruel?" He turned and stepped heavily to the door. There he paused. "You will remain by him to the end?" he bade the surgeon interrogatively. Master Tobias bowed. "Of course, Sir John." And he added, "'Twill not be long." Sir John looked across at Lionel again, a glance of valediction. "God rest him!" he said hoarsely, and passed out. In the waist he paused a moment, turned to a knot of lounging seamen and bade them throw a halter over the yardarm, and hail the renegade Oliver Tressilian from his prison. Then with slow heavy step and heavier heart he went up the companion to the vessel's castellated poop. The sun, new risen in a faint golden haze, shone over a sea faintly rippled by the fresh clean winds of dawn to which her every stitch of canvas was now spread. Away on the larboard quarter, a faint cloudy outline, was the coast of Spain. Sir John's long, sallow face was preternaturally grave when he entered the cabin, where Rosamund awaited him. He bowed to her with grave courtesy, doffing his hat and casting it upon a chair. The last 5 years had brought some strands of white into his thick black hair, and at the temples in particular it showed very grey, giving him an appearance of age to which the deep lines in his brow contributed. He advanced towards her as she rose to receive him. "Rosamund, my dear," he said gently, and took both her hands. He looked with eyes of sorrow and concern into her white agitated face. "Are you sufficiently rested, child?" "Rested?" she echoed on a note of wonder that he should suppose it. "Poor, poor lamb," he murmured, as a mother might have done, and drew her towards him, stroking that gleaming auburn head. "We'll speed us back to England with every stitch of canvas spread. Take heart, then, and—" But she broke in impetuously, drawing away from him as she spoke, and his heart sank with foreboding of the thing she was about to inquire. "I overheard a sailor just now saying to another that it is your intent to hang Sir Oliver Tressilian out of hand, this morning." He misunderstood her utterly. "Be comforted," he said. "My justice shall be swift, my vengeance sure. The yardarm is charged already with the rope on which he shall leap to his eternal punishment." She caught her breath, and set a hand upon her bosom as if to repress its sudden tumult. "And upon what grounds?" she asked him with an air of challenge, squarely facing him. "Do you intend to do this thing?" "Upon what grounds?" he faltered. He stared and frowned, bewildered by her question and its tone. "Upon what grounds?" he repeated, foolishly almost in the intensity of his amazement. Then he considered her more closely, and the wildness of her eyes bore to him slowly an explanation of words that at first hand seemed beyond explaining. "I see," he said in a voice of infinite pity, for the conviction to which he had leapt was that her poor wits were all astray after the horrors through which she had lately travelled. "You must rest," he said gently, "and give no thought to such matters as these. Leave them to me, and be very sure that I shall avenge you as is due." "Sir John, you mistake me, I think. I do not desire that you avenge me. I have asked you upon what grounds you intend to do this thing, and you have not answered me." In increasing amazement he continued to stare. He had been wrong, then. She was quite sane and mistress of her wits. And yet instead of the fond inquiries concerning Lionel which he had been dreading came this amazing questioning of his grounds to hang his prisoner. "Need I state to you, of all living folk, the offences which that dastard has committed?" he asked, expressing thus the very question that he was setting himself. "You need to tell me," she answered, "by what right you constitute yourself his judge and executioner. By what right you send him to his death in this peremptory fashion, without trial?" Her manner was as stern as if she were invested with all the authority of a judge. "But you," he faltered in his ever-growing bewilderment. "You, Rosamund, against whom he has offended so grievously. Surely you should be the last to ask me such a question. Why, it is my intention to proceed with him as is the manner of the sea with all knaves taken as Oliver Tressilian was taken. If your mood be merciful towards him, which as God lives I can scarce conceive, consider that this is the greatest mercy he can look for." "You speak of mercy and vengeance in a breath, Sir John."
She was growing calm. Her agitation was quieting and a grim sternness was replacing it. He made a gesture of impatience. "What good purpose could it serve to take him to England?" he demanded. "There he must stand his trial, and the issue is foregone. It were unnecessarily to torture him."
"The issue may be none so foregone as you suppose," she replied. "And that trial is his right."
Sir John took a turn in the cabin, his wits all confused. It was preposterous that he should stand and argue upon such a matter with Rosamund of all people. And yet she was compelling him to it against his every inclination, against common sense itself.
"If he so urges it, we'll not deny him," he said at last, deeming it best to humour her. "We'll take him back to England if he demands it, and let him stand his trial there. But Oliver Tressilian must realize too well what is in store for him to make any such demand." He passed before her and held out his hands in entreaty. "Come, Rosamund, my dear. You are distraught. You—" "I am indeed distraught, Sir John," she answered, and took the hands that he extended. "Oh, have pity!" she cried with a sudden change to utter intercession. "I implore you to have pity." "What pity can I show you, child? You have but to name." "'Tis not pity for me, but pity for him that I am beseeching of you." "For him?" he cried, frowning again.
"For Oliver Tressilian."
He dropped her hands and stood away. "God's light!" he swore. "You sue for pity for Oliver Tressilian, for that renegade, that incarnate devil? Oh, you are mad!" he stormed. "Mad!" And he flung away from her, whirling his arms.
"I love him,"
she said simply. That answer smote him instantly still. Under the shock of it he just stood and stared at her again, his jaw fallen.
"You love him?"
he said at last below his breath.
"You love him? You love a man who is a pirate, a renegade, the abductor of yourself and of Lionel, the man who murdered your brother? He did not."
She was fierce in her denial of it.
"I have learnt the truth of that matter."
"From his lips, I suppose," said Sir John, and he was unable to repress a sneer. "And you believed him?"
"Had I not believed him, I should not have married him."
"Married him?" Sudden horror came now to temper his bewilderment. Was there to be no end to these astounding revelations? Had they reached the climax yet, he wondered, or was there still more to come? "You married that infamous villain?" he asked, and his voice was expressionless.
"I did, in Algiers on the night we landed there."
He stood gaping at her whilst a man might count to a dozen, and then abruptly he exploded. "It is enough!" he roared, shaking a clenched fist at the low ceiling of the cabin. "It is enough, as God's my witness! If there were no other reason to hang him, that would be reason and to spare. You may look to me to make an end of this infamous marriage within the hour."
"Ah, if you will but listen to me!" she pleaded.
"Listen to you?" He paused by the door to which he had stepped in his fury, intent upon giving the word that there and then should make an end, and summoning Oliver Tressilian before him, announce his fate to him and see it executed on the spot. "Listen to you?" he repeated, scorn and anger blending in his voice. "I have heard more than enough already." It was the Killigrew way, Lord Henry Goade assures us, pausing here at long length for one of those digressions into the history of families whose members chance to impinge upon his chronicle. They were, he says, ever an impetuous, short-reasoning folk, honest and upright enough so far as their judgment carried them, but hampered by a lack of penetration in that judgment. Sir John, as much in his earlier commerce with the Tressilians as in this pregnant hour, certainly appears to justify his lordship of that criticism. There were a score of questions a man of perspicuity would not have asked, not one of which appears to have occurred to the knight of Arwenack. If anything arrested him upon the cabin's threshold, delayed him in the execution of the thing he had resolved upon, no doubt it was sheer curiosity as to what further extravagances Rosamund might yet have in her mind to utter.
"This man has suffered,"
she told him, and was not put off by the hard laugh with which he mocked that statement.
"God alone knows what he has suffered in body and in soul for sins which he never committed. Much of that suffering came to him through me. I know today that he did not murder Peter. I know that but for a disloyal act of mine he would be in a position incontestably to prove it, without the aid of any man. I know that he was carried off, kidnapped before ever he could clear himself of the accusation, and that as a consequence no life remained him but the life of a renegade which he chose."
Mine was the chief fault, and I must make amends. Spare him to me, if you love me." But he had heard enough. His sallow face was flushed to a flaming purple.
"Not another word!"
he blazed at her.
"It is because I do love you, love and pity you from my heart, that I will not listen. It seems I must save you not only from that knave, but from yourself. I were false to my duty by you, false to your dead father and murdered brother else. Anon you shall thank me, Rosamund."
And again he turned to depart.
"Thank you!"
she cried in a ringing voice.
"I shall curse you. All my life I shall loathe and hate you, holding you in horror for a murder if you do this thing. You fool! Can you not see? You fool!"
He recoiled. Being a man of position and importance, quick, fearless, and vindictive of temperament, and also, it would seem, extremely fortunate, it had never happened to him in all his life to be so uncompromisingly and frankly judged. She was by no means the first to account him a fool, but she was certainly the first to call him one to his face, and whilst to the general it might have proved her extreme sanity, to him it was no more than the culminating proof of her mental distemper.
"Pish!"
he said, between anger and pity.
"You are mad, stark mad. Your mind's unhinged, your visions all distorted. This fiend incarnate has become a poor victim of the evil of others, and I am become a murderer in your sight, a murderer and a fool. God's life! Bah! Anon when you are rested, when you are restored, I pray that things may once again assume their proper aspect."
He turned, all aquiver still with indignation, and was barely in time to avoid being struck by the door which opened suddenly from without. Lord Henry Goade, dressed, as he tells us, entirely in black, and with his gold chain of office, an ominous sign they could have read it, upon his broad chest, stood in the doorway, silhouetted sharply against the flood of morning sunlight at his back. His benign face would, no doubt, be extremely grave to match the suit he had put on, but its expression will have lightened somewhat when his glance fell upon Rosamund standing there by the table's edge.
"I was overjoyed," he writes, "to find her so far recovered and seeming so much herself again, and I expressed my satisfaction."
"She were better abed," snapped Sir John, two hectic spots burning still in his sallow cheeks. "She is distempered quite."
"Sir John is mistaken, my lord,"
was her calm assurance.
"I am very far from suffering as he conceives."
"I rejoice therein, my dear,"
said his lordship, and I imagine his questing eyes speeding from one to the other of them, and marking the evidences of Sir John's temper, wondering what could have passed.
"It happens," he added sombrely, "that we may require your testimony in this grave matter that is toward."
He turned to Sir John.
"I have bidden them bring up the prisoner for sentence. Is the ordeal too much for you, Rosamund?"
"Indeed, no, my lord,"
she replied readily,
"I welcome it,"
and threw back her head as one who braces herself for a trial of endurance.
"No, no,"
cut in Sir John, protesting fiercely. "Do not heed her, Harry. She—"
"Considering,"
she interrupted,
"that the chief count against the prisoner must concern his dealings with myself, surely the matter is one upon which I should be heard."
"Surely, indeed,"
Lord Henry agreed, a little bewildered. He confesses.
"Always provided that you are certain it will not overtax your endurance and distress you overmuch. We could perhaps dispense with your testimony."
"In that, my lord, I assure you that you are mistaken," she answered. "You cannot dispense with it."
"Be it so, then," said Sir John grimly, and he strode back to the table, prepared to take his place there. Lord Henry's twinkling blue eyes were still considering Rosamund somewhat searchingly, his fingers tugging thoughtfully at his short tuft of ashen-coloured beard. Then he turned to the door.
"Come in, gentlemen," he said, "and bid them bring the prisoner."
Steps clanked upon the deck, and 3 of Sir John's officers made their appearance to complete the court that was to sit in judgment upon the renegade corsair, a judgment whose issue was foregone. End of chapter 24. From Part 2 of The Sea Hawk. Read by Sandra, in Wales, United Kingdom, August 2006.
Section 33 of The Sea Hawk. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Sea Hawk by Rafael Sabatini. Section 33. Chapter 25 of Part 2. The Advocate. Chairs were set at the long brown table of massive oak, and the officers sat down, facing the open door and the blaze of sunshine on the poop deck, their backs to the other door and the horn windows which opened upon the stern gallery. The middle place was assumed by Lord Henry Goade, by virtue of his office of Queen's Lieutenant, and the reason for his chain of office became now apparent. He was to preside over this summary court. On his right sat Sir John Killigrew, and beyond him an officer named Yolden. The other two, whose names have not survived, occupied his lordship's left. A chair had been set for Rosamond at the table's extreme right, and across the head of it, so as to detach her from the judicial bench. She sat there now, her elbows on the polished board, her face resting in her half-clenched hands, her eyes scrutinizing the 5 gentlemen who formed this court. Steps rang on the companion, and a shadow fell athwart the sunlight beyond the open door. From the vessel's waist came a murmur of voices, and a laugh. Then Sir Oliver appeared in the doorway, guarded by 2 fighting seamen in corselet and morion with drawn swords. He paused an instant in the doorway, and his eyelids flickered as if he had received a shock when his glance alighted upon Rosamond. Then, under the suasion of his guards, he entered and stood forward, his wrists still pinioned behind him, slightly in advance of the 2 soldiers. He nodded perfunctorily to the court, his face entirely calm. "A fine morning, sirs," said he. The 5 considered him in silence, but Lord Henry's glance, as it rested upon the corsair's Moslem garb, was eloquent of the scorn which, he tells us, filled his heart. "You are no doubt aware, sir," said Sir John after a long pause, "of the purpose for which you have been brought hither?" "Scarcely," said the prisoner, "but I have no doubt whatever of the purpose for which I shall presently be taken hence. However," he continued, cool and critical, "I can guess from your judicial attitudes the superfluous mockery that you intend. If it will afford you entertainment, faith, I do not grudge indulging you. I would observe only that it might be considerate in you to spare Mistress Rosamond the pain and weariness of the business that is before you." "Mistress Rosamond herself desired to be present," said Sir John, scowling. "Perhaps," said Sir Oliver, "she does not realize—" "I have made it abundantly plain to her," Sir John interrupted, almost vindictively. The prisoner looked at her as if in surprise, his brows knit. Then, with a shrug, he turned to his judges again. "In that case," said he, "there's no more to be said. But before you proceed, there is another matter upon which I desire an understanding. The terms of my surrender were that all others should be permitted to go free. You will remember, Sir John, that you pledged me your knightly word for that. Yet I find aboard here one who was lately with me upon my galleys, a sometime English seaman named Jasper Leigh, whom you hold a prisoner. He killed Master Lionel Tressilian, said Sir John coldly. That may be, Sir John, but the blow was delivered before I made my terms with you, and you cannot violate these terms without hurt to your honour. Do you talk of honour, sir? Said Lord Henry. Of Sir John's honour, my lord, said the prisoner, with mock humility. You are here, sir, to take your trial, Sir John reminded him. So I had supposed. It is a privilege for which you agreed to pay a certain price, and now it seems you have been guilty of filching something back. It seems so, I say, for I cannot think but that the arrest was inadvertently effected, and that it will suffice that I draw your attention to the matter of Master Leigh's detention. Sir John considered the table. It was beyond question that he was in honour bound to enlarge Master Leigh, whatever the fellow might have done, and, indeed, his arrest had been made without Sir John's knowledge until after the event. "What am I to do with him?" he growled sullenly. "That is for yourself to decide, Sir John. But I can tell you what you may not do with him. You may not keep him a prisoner, or carry him to England, or injure him in any way. Since his arrest was a pure error, as I gather, you must repair that error as best you can. I am satisfied that you will do so, and need say no more. Your servant, sirs," he added, to intimate that he was now entirely at their disposal, and he stood waiting. There was a slight pause, and then Lord Henry, his face inscrutable, his glance hostile and cold, addressed the prisoner. "We have had you brought hither to afford you an opportunity of urging any reasons why we should not hang you out of hand, as is our right." Sir Oliver looked at him in almost amused surprise. "Faith," he said at length, "it was never my habit to waste breath." "I doubt you do not rightly apprehend me, sir," returned his lordship, and his voice was soft and silken, as became his judicial position. "Should you demand a formal trial, we shall convey you to England, that you may have it." "But lest you should build unduly upon that," cut in Sir John fiercely, "let me warn you that, as the offences for which you are to suffer were chiefly committed within Lord Henry Goad's own jurisdiction, your trial will take place in Cornwall, where Lord Henry has the honour to be Her Majesty's lieutenant and dispenser of justice." "Her Majesty is to be congratulated," said Sir Oliver elaborately. "It is for you to choose, sir," Sir John ran on, "whether you will be hanged on sea or land. My only possible objection would be to being hanged in the air, but you're not likely to heed that," was the flippant answer. Lord Henry leaned forward again. "Let me beg you, sir, in your own interests, to be serious," he admonished the prisoner. "I confess the occasion, my lord, for if you are to sit in judgment upon my piracy, I could not desire a more experienced judge of the matter on sea or land than Sir John Killigrew." "I'm glad to deserve your approval," Sir John replied tartly. "Piracy is but the least list of the counts against you." Sir Oliver's brows went up, and he stared at the row of solemn faces. "As God's my life, then, your other counts must needs be sound, or else, if there be any justice in your methods, you are like to be disappointed of your hopes of seeing me swing. Proceed, sirs, to the other counts. I vow you become more interesting than I could have hoped." "Can you deny the piracy?" quoth Lord Henry. "Deny it, no. But I deny your jurisdiction in the matter, or that of any English court, since I have committed no piracy in English waters." Lord Henry admits that the answer silenced and bewildered him, being utterly unexpected. Yet what the prisoner urged was a truth so obvious that it was difficult to apprehend how his lordship had come to overlook it. I rather fear that, despite his judicial office, jurisprudence was not a strong point with his lordship. But Sir John, less perspicuous or less scrupulous in the matter, had his retort ready. "Did you not come to Arwenack, and forcibly carry off thence—" Nay now, the corsair interrupted good-humouredly. "Go back to school, Sir John, to learn that abduction is not piracy." "Call it abduction if you will," Sir John admitted. "Not if I will, Sir John. We'll call it what it is, if you please." "You are trifling, sir. But we shall mend that presently." And Sir John banged the table with his fist, his face flushing slightly in anger. Lord Henry very promptly deplores this show of heat at such a time. "You cannot pretend to be ignorant," Sir John continued, "that abduction is punishable by death under the law of England." He turned to his fellow judges. "We will then, sirs, with your concurrence, say no more of the piracy." "Faith," said Lord Henry in his gentle tones, "in justice we cannot." And he shrugged the matter aside. "The prisoner is right in what he claims. We have no jurisdiction in that matter, seeing that he committed no piracy in English waters, nor, as far as our knowledge goes, against any vessel sailing under the English flag." Rosamund stirred. Slowly she took her elbows from the table and folded her arms, resting them upon the edge of it. Thus leaning forward, she listened now with an odd brightness in her eye, a slight flush in her cheeks reflecting some odd excitement called into life by Lord Henry's admission, an admission which sensibly whittled down the charges against the prisoner. Sir Oliver, watching her almost furtively, noted this and marvelled, even as he marvelled at her general composure. It was in vain that he sought to guess what might be her attitude of mind towards himself, now that she was safe again among friends and protectors. But Sir John, intent only upon the business ahead, plunged angrily on. "Be it so," he admitted impatiently. "We will deal with him upon the counts of abduction and murder. Have you anything to say?" "Nothing that would be like to weigh with you," replied Sir Oliver, and then, with a sudden change from his slightly derisive manner to one that was charged with passion, "Let us make an end of this comedy," he cried, "of this pretense of judicial proceedings. Hang me and have done, or set me to walk the plank. Play the pirate, for that is a trade you understand. But, a God's name, don't disgrace the Queen's commission by playing the judge." Sir John leapt to his feet, his face aflame. "Now, by heaven, you insolent knave!" But Lord Henry checked him, placing a restraining hand upon his sleeve, and forcing him gently back into his seat. Himself he now addressed the prisoner. "Sir, your words are unworthy one who, whatever his crimes, has earned the repute of being a sturdy, valiant fighter. Your deeds are so notorious, particularly that which caused you to flee from England and take to roving, and that of your reappearance at Arwenack, and the abduction of which you were then guilty, that your sentence in an English court is a matter foregone beyond all possible doubt. Nevertheless, it shall be yours, as I have said, for the asking. Yet," he added, and his voice was lowered and very earnest, "were I your friend, Sir Oliver, I would advise you that you rather choose to be dealt with in the summary fashion of the sea." "Sirs," replied Sir Oliver, "your right to hang me I have not disputed, nor do I. I have no more to say. But I have." Thus Rosamund at last, startling the court with her crisp, sharp utterance. All turned to look at her as she rose and stood tall and compelling at the table's end. "Rosamund," cried Sir John, and rose in his turn, "let me implore you." She waved him peremptorily, almost contemptuously, into silence. "Since in this matter of the abduction with which Sir Oliver is charged," she said, "I am the person said to have been abducted, it were perhaps well that before going further in this matter you should hear what I may hereafter have to say in an English court." Sir John shrugged and sat down again. She would have her way, he realized, just as he knew that its only result could be to waste their time and protract the agony of the doomed man. Lord Henry turned to her, his manner full of deference. "Since the prisoner has not denied the charge, and since wisely he refrains from demanding to be taken to trial, we need not harass you, Mistress Rosamund, nor will you be called upon to say anything in an English court." "There you are at fault, my lord," she answered, her voice very level. "I shall be called upon to say something when I impeach you all for murder upon the high seas, as impeach you I shall if you persist in your intent." "Rosamund!" cried Oliver in his sudden amazement, and it was a cry of joy and exultation. She looked at him and smiled, a smile full of courage and friendliness and something more, a smile for which he considered that his impending hanging was but a little price to pay. Then she turned again to that court into which her words had flung a sudden consternation. "Since he disdains to deny the accusation, I must deny it for him," she informed them. "He did not abduct me, sirs, as is alleged. I love Oliver Tressilian. I am of full age and mistress of my actions, and I went willingly with him to Algiers, where I became his wife. Had she flung a bomb amongst them, she could hardly have made a greater disorder of their wits. They sat back and stared at her with blank faces, muttering incoherencies. His wife?" babbled Lord Henry. "You became his—" And then Sir John cut in fiercely. "A lie! A lie to save that foul villain's neck!" Rosamund leaned towards him, and her smile was almost a sneer. "Your wits were ever sluggish, Sir John," she said, "else you would not need reminding that I could have no object in lying to save him if he had done me the wrong that is imputed to him." Then she looked at the others. "I think, sirs, that in this matter my word will outweigh Sir John's or any man's in any court of justice." "Faith, that's true enough," ejaculated the bewildered Lord Henry. "A moment, Killigrew." And again he stilled the impetuous Sir John. He looked at Sir Oliver, who in truth was very far from being the least bewildered in that company. "What do you say to that, sir?" he asked. "To that?" echoed the almost speechless corsair. "What is there left to say?" he evaded. "'Tis all false!" cried Sir John again. "We were witnesses of the event, you and I, Harry, and we saw—" "You saw," Rosamund interrupted, "but you did not know what had been concerted." For a moment that silenced them again. They were as men who stand upon crumbling ground, whose every effort to win to a safer footing but occasioned a fresh slide of soil. Then Sir John sneered, and made his riposte. "No doubt she will be prepared to swear that her betrothed, Master Lionel Tressilian, accompanied her willingly upon that elopement." "No," she answered. "As for Lionel Tressilian, he was carried off that he might expiate his sins which he had fathered upon his brother there, sins which are the subject of your other count against him." "Now, what can you mean by that?" asked his lordship. "That the story that Sir Oliver killed my brother is a calumny, that the murderer was Lionel Tressilian, who, to avoid detection and to complete his work, caused Sir Oliver to be kidnapped, that he might be sold into slavery." "This is too much!" roared Sir John. "She is trifling with us. She makes white black and black white. She has been bewitched by that crafty rogue, by Moorish arts that—" "Wait," said Lord Henry, raising his hand. "Give me leave." He confronted her very seriously. This is a grave statement, mistress. Have you any proof, anything that you conceive to be a proof of what you are saying?" But Sir John was not to be repressed. "'Tis but the lying tale this villain told her. He has bewitched her, I say. 'Tis plain as the sunlight yonder." Sir Oliver laughed outright at that. His mood was growing exultant, buoyant, and joyous, and this was the first expression of it. "Bewitched her! You're determined never to lack for a charge. First 'twas piracy, then abduction and murder, and now 'tis witchcraft." "Oh, a moment, pray," cried Lord Henry, and he confesses to some heat at this point. "Do you seriously tell us, Mistress Rosamund, that it was Lionel Tressilian who murdered Peter Godolphin?" "Seriously," she echoed, and her lips were twisted in a little smile of scorn. "I will not merely tell it you, I swear it here in the sight of God. It was Lionel who murdered my brother, and it was Lionel who put it about that the deed was Sir Oliver's. It was said that Sir Oliver had run away from the consequences of something discovered against him, and I, to my shame, believed the public voice. But I have since discovered the truth. "The truth, do you say, mistress?" cried the impetuous Sir John, in a voice of passionate contempt. "The truth?" Again his lordship was forced to intervene. "Have patience, man," he admonished the knight. "The truth will prevail in the end, never fear, Killigrew." "Meanwhile we are wasting time," grumbled Sir John, and on that fell moodily silent. "Are we further to understand you to say, mistress," Sir Henry resumed, "that the prisoner's disappearance from Penarrow was due not to flight, as was supposed, but to his having been trepanned by order of his brother?" "That is the truth, as I stand here in the sight of heaven," she replied, in a voice that rang with sincerity and carried conviction to more than one of the officers seated at the table. "By that act the murderer sought not only to save himself from exposure, but to complete his work by succeeding to the Tressilian estates. Sir Oliver was to have been sold into slavery to the Moors of Barbary. Instead, the vessel upon which he sailed was captured by Spaniards, and he was sent to the galleys by the Inquisition. When his galley was interrupted by Moslem corsairs, he took the only way of escape that offered. He became a corsair and a leader of corsairs, and then what else he did we know," Lord Henry interrupted, "and I assure you it would all weigh very lightly with us or with any court if what else you say is true." "It is true. I swear it, my lord," she repeated. "Aye," he answered, nodding gravely. "But can you prove it?" "What better proof can I offer you than that I love him and have married him?" "Bah!" said Sir John. "That, mistress," said Lord Henry, his manner extremely gentle, "is proof that yourself you believe this amazing story. But it is not proof that the story itself is true. You had it, I suppose," he continued smoothly, "from Oliver Tressilian himself?" "That is so, but in Lionel's own presence, and Lionel himself confirmed it, admitting its truth." "You dare say that?" cried Sir John, and stared at her in incredulous anger. "My God, you dare say that?" "I dare and do," she answered him, giving him back look for look. Lord Henry sat back in his chair and tugged gently at his ashen tuft of beard, his florid face overcast and thoughtful. There was something here he did not understand at all. "Mistress Rosamund," he said quietly, "let me exhort you to consider the gravity of your words. You are virtually accusing one who is no longer able to defend himself. If your story is established, infamy will rest for ever upon the memory of Lionel Tressilian. Let me ask you again, and let me entreat you to answer scrupulously. Did Lionel Tressilian admit the truth of this thing with which you say that the prisoner charged him? Once more I solemnly swear that what I have spoken is true, that Lionel Tressilian did in my presence, when charged by Sir Oliver with the murder of my brother and the kidnapping of himself, admit those charges. Can I make it plainer, sirs?" Lord Henry spread his hands. "After that, Killigrew, I do not think we can go further in this matter. Sir Oliver must go with us to England, and there take his trial." "But there was one present, that officer named Youldon, whose wits, it seems, were of keener temper." By your leave, my lord," he now interposed, and he turned to question the witness. "What was the occasion on which Sir Oliver forced this admission from his brother?" Truthfully she answered, "At his house in Algiers on the night he—" She checked suddenly, perceiving then the trap that had been set for her, and the others perceived it also. Sir John leapt into the breach which Youldon had so shrewdly made in her defences. "Continue, pray," he bade her. "On the night he—" "On the night we arrived there," she answered desperately, the colour now receding slowly from her face. "And that, of course," said Sir John slowly, mockingly almost, "was the first occasion on which you heard this explanation of Sir Oliver's conduct." "It was," she faltered, perforce. "So that," insisted Sir John, determined to leave her no loophole whatsoever, "so that, until that night, you had naturally continued to believe Sir Oliver to be the murderer of your brother." She hung her head in silence, realizing that the truth could not prevail here, since she had hampered it with a falsehood which was now being dragged into the light. "Answer me!" Sir John commanded. "There is no need to answer," said Lord Henry slowly, in a voice of pain, his eyes lowered to the table. "There can, of course, be but one answer. Mistress Rosamond has told us that he did not abduct her forcibly, that she went with him of her own free will and married him, and she has urged that circumstance as a proof of her conviction of his innocence. Yet now it becomes plain that at the time she left England with him, she still believed him to be her brother's slayer. Yet she asks us to believe that he did not abduct her." He spread his hands again and pursed his lips in a sort of grieved contempt. "Let us make an end, a God's name," said Sir John, rising. "Ah, wait!" she cried. "I swear that all that I have told you is true. All but the matter of the abduction. I admit that, but I condoned it in view of what I have since learnt." "She admits it!" mocked Sir John. "But," she went on without heeding him, "knowing what he has suffered through the evil of others, I gladly own him my husband, hoping to make some amends to him for the part I had in his wrongs. You must believe me, sirs, but if you will not, I ask you, is his action of yesterday to count for naught? Are you not to remember that but for him you would have had no knowledge of my whereabouts?" They stared at her in fresh surprise. "To what do you now refer, mistress? What action of his is responsible for this?" "Do you need to ask? Are you so set on murdering him that you affect ignorance? Surely you know that it was he dispatched Lionel to inform you of my whereabouts." Lord Henry tells us that at this he smote the table with his open palm, displaying an anger he could no longer curb. "This is too much!" he cried. "Hitherto I have believed you sincere, but misguided and mistaken. But so deliberate a falsehood transcends all bounds. What has come to you, girl? Why, Lionel himself told us the circumstances of his escape from the galleys. Himself He told us how that villain had him flogged, and then flung him into the sea for dead." "Ah," said Sir Oliver between his teeth, "I recognize Lionel there. He would be false to the end. Of course, I should have thought of that." Rosamond, at bay, in a burst of regal anger, leaned forward to face Lord Henry and the others. "He lied, the base, treacherous dog!" she cried. "Madam," Sir John rebuked her, "you are speaking of one who is all but dead." "And more than damned," added Sir Oliver. "Sirs," he cried, "you prove naught but your own stupidity when you accuse this gentle lady of falsehood." "We have heard enough, sir," Lord Henry interrupted. "Have you so? By God," he roared, stung suddenly to anger, "you shall hear yet a little more. The truth will prevail. You have said yourself, and prevail the truth shall, since this sweet lady so desires it." He was flushed, and his light eyes played over them like points of steel, and like points of steel they carried a certain measure of compulsion. He had stood before them half mocking and indifferent, resigned to hang and desiring the thing might be over and ended as speedily as possible. But all that was before he suspected that life could still have anything to offer him, whilst he conceived that Rosamond was definitely lost to him. True, he had the memory of a certain tenderness she had shown him yesterday aboard the galley, but he had deemed that tenderness to be no more than such as the situation itself begot. Almost he had deemed the same to be here the case, until he had witnessed her fierceness and despair in fighting for his life, until he had heard and gauged the sincerity of her avowal that she loved him, and desired to make some amends to him for all that he had suffered in the past. That had spurned him, and had a further spur been needed, it was afforded him when they branded her words with falsehood, mocked her to her face with what they supposed to be her lies. Anger had taken him at that, to stiffen his resolve, to make a stand against them, and use the one weapon that remained him, that a merciful chance, a just God had placed within his power, almost despite himself. "I little knew, sirs," he said, "that Sir John was guided by the hand of destiny itself, when last night, in violation of the terms of my surrender, he took a prisoner from my galleys. That man is, as I have said, a sometime English seaman, named Jasper Leigh. He fell into my hands some months ago, and took the same road to escape from thraldom that I took myself under the like circumstances. I was merciful in that I permitted him to do so, for he was the very skipper who was suborned by Lionel to kidnap me and carry me into Barbary. With me he fell into the hands of the Spaniards. Have him brought hither, and question him." In silence they all looked at him, but on more than one face he saw the reflection of amazement at his impudence, as they conceived it. It was Lord Henry who spoke at last. "Surely, sir, this is most oddly, most suspiciously apt," Lord Henry said, and there could be no doubt that he was faintly sneering. "The very man to be here aboard and taken prisoner. Thus, almost by chance, not quite by chance, though very nearly, he conceives that he has a grudge against Lionel, for it was through Lionel that misfortune overtook him. Last night, when Lionel so rashly leapt aboard the galley, Jasper Leigh saw his opportunity to settle an old score, and took it. It was as a consequence of that he was arrested. Even so, the chance is still miraculous. Miracles, my lord, must happen sometimes, if the truth is to prevail, Sir Oliver replied with a tinge of his earlier mockery. Fetch him hither and question him. He knows naught of what has passed here. It were a madness to suppose him primed for a situation which none could have foreseen. Fetch him hither, then. Steps outside sounded, but went unheeded at the moment. Surely, said Sir John, we have been trifled with by liars long enough. The door was flung open, and the lean black figure of the surgeon made its appearance. Sir John, he called urgently, breaking without ceremony into the proceedings, and never heeding Lord Henry's scowl. Master Tressilian has recovered consciousness. He is asking for you, and for his brother. Quick, sirs, he is sinking fast. End of section 33. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox, Fall 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Seahawk by Rafael Sabatini. Part 2, Chapter 26. The Judgment. To that cabin below the whole company repaired in all speed in the surgeon's wake, Sir Oliver coming last between his guards. They assembled about the couch where Lionel lay, leaden-hued of face, his breathing laboured, his eyes dull and glazing. Sir John ran to him, went down upon one knee to put loving arms about that chilling clay, and very gently raised him in them, and held him so resting against his breast. "Lionel!" he cried in stricken accents, and then, as if thoughts of vengeance were to soothe and comfort his sinking friend's last moments, he added, "We have the villain fast." Very slowly and with obvious effort Lionel turned his head to the right, and his dull eyes went beyond Sir John and made quest in the ranks of those that stood about him. "Oliver," he said in a hoarse whisper, "where is Oliver?" "There is not the need to distress you," Sir John was beginning, when Lionel interrupted him. "Wait," he commanded in a louder tone. "Is Oliver safe?" "I am here," said Sir Oliver's deep voice, and those who stood between him and his brother drew aside that they might cease from screening him. Lionel looked at him for a long moment in silence, sitting up a little. Then he sank back slowly against Sir John's breast. "God has been merciful to me, a sinner," he said, "since he accords me the means to make amends, tardily though it be." Then he struggled up again, and held out his arms to Sir Oliver, and his voice came in a great pleading cry. "Noll, my brother, forgive." Oliver advanced, none hindering until, with his hands still pinioned behind him, he stood towering there above his brother, so tall that his turban brushed the low ceiling of the cabin. His countenance was stern and grim. "What is it that you ask me to forgive?" he asked. Lionel struggled to answer, and sank back again into Sir John's arms, fighting for breath. There was a trace of blood-stained foam about his lips.
"Speak, oh, speak in God's name!"
Rosamund exhorted him from the other side, and her voice was wrung with agony. He looked at her and smiled faintly.
"Never fear," he whispered. "I shall speak. God has spared me to that end. Take your arms from me, Killigrew. I am the vilest of men. It was I who killed Peter Godolphin."
My God,
groaned Sir John, whilst Lord Henry drew a sharp breath of dismay and realization.
"Oh, but that is not my sin,"
Lionel continued.
"There was no sin in that. We fought, and in self-defense I slew him, fighting fair. My sin came afterwards. When suspicion fell on Oliver, I nourished it. Oliver knew the deed was mine, and kept silent that he might screen me. I feared the truth might become known for all that, and I was jealous of him, and I had him kidnapped to be sold."
His fading voice trailed away into silence. A cough shook him, and the faint crimson foam on his lips was increased. But he rallied again, and lay there panting, his fingers plucking at the coverlet.
"Tell them,"
said Rosamund, who in her desperate fight for Sir Oliver's life kept her mind cool and steady and directed towards essentials.
"Tell them the name of the man you hired to kidnap him." "Jasper Leigh, the skipper of the Swallow,"
he answered, whereupon she flashed upon Lord Henry a look that contained a gleam of triumph for all that her face was ashen and her lips trembled. Then she turned again to the dying man, relentlessly almost in her determination to extract all vital truth from him ere he fell silent.
"Tell them,"
she bade him,
"under what circumstances Sir Oliver sent you last night to the Silver Heron."
nay, there is no need to harass him,
Lord Henry interposed.
He has said enough already. May God forgive us our blindness, Killigrew."
Sir John bowed his head in silence over Lionel.
"Is it you, Sir John?" whispered the dying man. "What, still there?"
He seemed to laugh faintly, then checked.
"I am going,"
he muttered, and again his voice grew stronger, obeying the last flicker of his shrinking will.
"Noll, I am going. I have made reparation. All that I could. Give me thy hand."
Gropingly he put forth his right.
"I should have given it you ere this, but that my wrists are bound,"
cried Oliver in a sudden frenzy, and then, exerting that colossal strength of his, he suddenly snapped the cords that pinioned him as if they had been thread. He caught his brother's extended hand and dropped upon his knees beside him.
"Lionel, boy!"
he cried. It was as if all that had befallen in the last 5 years had been wiped out of existence. His fierce, relentless hatred of his half-brother, his burning sense of wrong, his parching thirst for vengeance, became on the instant all dead, buried, and forgotten. More, it was as if they had never been. Lionel in that moment was again the weak, comely, beloved brother whom he had cherished and screened and guarded, and for whom when the hour arrived he had sacrificed his good name and the woman he loved, and placed his life itself in jeopardy.
"Lionel, boy!"
was all that for a moment he could say. Then,
"Poor lad, poor lad,"
he added,
"temptation was too strong for thee."
and reaching forth he took the other white hand that lay beyond the couch, and so held both tight clasped within his own. From one of the ports a ray of sunshine was creeping upwards towards the dying man's face, but the radiance that now overspread it was from an inward source. Feebly he returned the clasp of his brother's hands.
"Oliver, Oliver," he whispered, "there is none like thee. I ever knew thee as noble as I was base. Have I said enough to make you safe? Say that he will be safe now."
He appealed to the others.
"That No.
He will be safe, said Lord Henry stoutly. My word on it.
It is well. The past is past. The future is in your hands, Oliver. God's blessing on it.
He seemed to collapse, to rally yet again. He smiled pensively, his mind already wandering.
That was a long swim last night, the longest I ever swam, from Penarrow to Trefusis. A fine, long swim. But you were with me, Noll. Had my strength given out, I could have depended on you. I am still chill from it, for it was cold, cold. Oh.
He shuddered and lay still. Gently Sir John lowered him to his couch. Beyond it Rosamund fell upon her knees and covered her face, whilst by Sir John's side Oliver continued to kneel, clasping in his own his brother's chilling hands. There ensued a long spell of silence. Then with a heavy sigh Sir Oliver folded Lionel's hands across his breast and slowly, heavily rose to his feet. The others seemed to take this for a signal. It was as if they had but waited mute and still out of deference to Oliver. Lord Henry moved softly round to Rosamund and touched her lightly upon the shoulder. She rose and went out in the wake of the others, Lord Henry following her, and none remaining but the surgeon. Outside in the sunshine they checked. Sir John stood with bent head and hunched shoulders, his eyes upon the white deck. Timidly almost, a thing never seen before in this bold man, he looked at Sir Oliver. "He was my friend," he said sorrowfully, and as if to excuse and explain himself. And I was misled through love of him." "He was my brother," replied Sir Oliver solemnly. "God rest him." Sir John, resolved, drew himself up into an attitude preparatory to receiving with dignity a rebuff should it be administered him. "Can you find it in your generosity, sir, to forgive me?" he asked, and his air was almost one of challenge. Silently Sir Oliver held out his hand. Sir John fell upon it, almost in eagerness. "We are like to be neighbours again," he said, "and I give you my word I shall strive to be a more neighbourly one than in the past." "Then, sirs," said Sir Oliver, looking from Sir John to Lord Henry, "I am to understand that I am no longer a prisoner." "You need not hesitate to return with us to England, Sir Oliver," replied his lordship. "The Queen shall hear your story, and we have Jasper Leigh to confirm it if need be. And I will go warranty for your complete reinstatement. Count me your friend, Sir Oliver, I beg." And he, too, held out his hand. Then, turning to the others, "Come, sirs," he said. "We have duties elsewhere, I think." They tramped away, leaving Oliver and Rosamund alone. The twain looked long at each other. There was so much to say, so much to ask, so much to explain, that neither knew with what words to begin. Then Rosamund suddenly came up to him, holding out her hands.
"Oh, my dear,"
she said, and that, after all, summed up a deal. One or two over-inquisitive seamen, lounging on the forecastle and peeping through the shrouds, were disgusted to see the Lady of Godolphin Court in the arms of a beturbaned, bare-legged follower of Mahound. That is the end of The Sea Hawk by Rafael Sabatini. This recorded book has been a duet read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, and Sandra Kincaid in Wales, United Kingdom. Summertime 2006.